Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the Desert Emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई है। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगी।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई। इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and
Hello
welcome,
and
ladies
welcome.
and gentlemen.
Well, there we
to
have
day
it.
number 5 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split, powered by Oppo. And I'm sure, Lakshay, you were as excited as I was, because it is the final day, and we do have that bonus game in the making. It's going to be Livik, of course, for the first time. So I'm really excited for that. What about you?
Well, definitely, mate. Again, this is the first time that it has happened over the 5 years that I've been working in the esports realm, that on the desk, the confusion on the introduction itself takes place. Where, of course, we're excited, and it's absolutely fine, of course, because as you perfectly mentioned, this is going to be the final day for week 1. So definitely a lot on the line for all the teams, all the 20 teams. And at the same time, like you perfectly just laid it all out, it is going to be Livik, the first time that we're going to be looking at these teams participating on that map. Top 12 teams. So the next upcoming 5 games, the team's main focus is going to be who will be the ones that will make it into the top 12.
That's the big question, because yesterday was a day of revolutions, right? Yesterday we had the teams from the bottom of the table just climb their way up to the ranks, and H2E especially, at the very last, and just fighting their way through. And I was talking about that, right? All you need is that one good game, and that is what drives you to get even better, and that is what happened. In fact, we did see, however, the other teams stepping up as well. I mean, if you talk about Quraysh Esports, they were phenomenal. Even for Star, I mean, they made quite a hefty jump over there. So it's all gonna come down to the who are gonna be the top 12 teams that are gonna be playing that map of Livik. Of course, get those bonus points, but we have to move over with the days, because it's gonna be an exciting one for sure.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's also get introduced to the format that is going to be, of course, showcased right here. And of course, let us know as to where exactly is this entire saga going to be turning towards. So let's find out, and let's get introduced to the entire new format that's been set up in the PUBG Mobile world.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और PUBG मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश और जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी, जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन के इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
All right, there you have it. Quite an interesting format. I mean, for the first time introduced, and like for all the good reasons, right? To keep every team on their toes. You've got to keep your best foot forward every single time you play every single game, because there had been a custom previously, right? People used to get complacent and they were like, you know what? It's just game number 1. It's fine. We're gonna make up for it. But now you have to play every game as if it's your last.
Oh yes.
Because if you do not get those bonus points, if you do not get that buffer, then it's going to be a major issue once you're into the grand finals.
See, the best thing, we've spoken about this, Fixes. The best thing that I love about this new format is the fact that, earlier we were talking about how the journey of the entire league and tournament would lead us down towards those final week. And in that final week, you'll find out, all right, on final day, you'll find out that, all right, which team is going to be, it's just 1 point difference, which will be on the first one, which will be on the second one. But right now, the way the format has changed, every week is in a way a mini finale that's going to be played right here, right? And the teams are going to be trying to get themselves in the top 12, where of course there's only a point difference where they can break it and be a part of that Livik map and get that bonus point or not. So I'm definitely rooting for the best teams to move on along, but along with that, of course, viewers, we do also have the prize pool. Yeah, dude, this is just just cherry on top for these teams, of course.
I mean, $100,000, I'd sell my soul for it. No caps. But again, Lakshay, the way things are panned out, of course, like it's quite evident, you've got $2,500 for every single team participating in the league stages. But once you head into the finals, that's where the real moolah comes in, right? The first position getting a $10,000, and that is something that I really like, along with those slots for the ESA Championship leading to the Global Championship. For that, you indeed have to earn points. And taking a look at the point structure, this is something that has been quite prevalent since a long time. Of course, first position getting 15 and so on, the numbers reducing down. 13 to 16 get nothing at all for the first well, I mean, you're getting that 15 elimination points. Yes, those 1 point per elimination, that is something that really comes into handy.
Absolutely does. And along with that, as we were talking about those bonus points that will be, of course, played out through the Livik map, we are, of course, going to be looking at that first game, the very first game of that map played today. The 6th game of the day, viewers, is going to be played on Livik map, where only top 12 teams will participate. And as it clearly has been indicated earlier as well throughout the stream, the bonus points that these teams, top 12 teams, will be moving through from the Livik map will automatically be added into their grand final. So once these teams qualify for the grand finals in the top 16 at the end of 3 weeks, we are going to be looking at them starting with not 0, but whatever number of points they're able to accumulate through the Livik maps. Indeed,
and that's going to be such a huge booster, right? And before we have the day started, ladies and gentlemen, of course, a quick look at the overall rankings. R3D Esports still untouchable. Nobody even as close. There is that stark difference between them and Quantum Rage, who also have picked up quite some pace. Now, we do have two different storylines going on over here, because it is not for the first spot anymore. It's about the second spot. Quantum Rage, Magnus Esports, TUF, T20 QWERTY, every single one of them inching their way, whatever it takes for them to, get that second to their names. But then again, we also do have the battle for the top 12 out of the 20 in the mix, as yesterday, like we did witness TmwEsports. Of course, we did have H2E, and even R3D also did gain quite some ground over there in the overall standings. But the woes still continue for teams like 52 Esports. I mean, how the mighty have fallen, Lakshay. I mean, the defending champions right now at the 19th position. That is something that my eyes really can't believe. That is true, and that is something that was unexpected, actually, at the way the tournament actually started off. And this is just day number 5, but at the same point of time, 5 days is more than ample for a team to be able to accumulate more than 250 points. And then you've got teams sitting on the latter half of the leaderboard that were the champions, but at the same point of time, in this season, that's definitely not the case, because their glorious days have been lost in the past, simply put, because of how they performed. And it is still very difficult to actually pinpoint as to what exactly could they change, because overall everything is just set up against them. And that is something that's not only true for 52 Esports, but also for Metershot Sky as well, as in terms of how they've been able to compare. But on the other side, Fixes, of course, we should also mention teams that have performed phenomenally. You talk about day 1 and then compare it all the way down to day 4's performance, till day 4's performance, a big boost that has been showcased from both of these teams, Quraysh Esports as well as Quantum Rage, where Quantum Rage yesterday, we saw them bringing in incredible synergistic plays, back-to-back, bringing in a lot of elimination point plays for themselves, where of course they did walk away on the map of Miramar with 17 elimination along with a chicken dinner for this team. So a high chance for the side of Quantum Rage that is sitting on the second position to actually overcome and maybe even topple over I8 by the end of this 3-week affair before we jump into the grand finals. Oh, we never know what's gonna happen, because of course, like we said, I'm putting it out there. Yeah, I mean, it's Super Sunday. A lot of things going on even in the world of sports, India versus Pakistan. We do have that in tune for you guys as well. But of course, now getting back talking about Quantum Rage. Now, this is one of those teams that I was not really having really high hopes for because of the fact that IQ did make a team switch, right? Their main entry fragger, their main star player, just leaving the team, and it takes a lot of time to build that synergy back again. But Quantum Rage, they've always been that team that does not really believe in those flashy plays. They love taking control over the map, and once they are well settled in, they are so difficult to deal with. And that is something that we did witness even yesterday. If you remember those initial few games, right? They went out all guns blazing, right? Literally stopping at nothing at all. But there were moments when, again, they got a little bit more cocky and they had to pay the price for that. So today is a day where they have to hold on to the spot that they do have for themselves, because Magnus, TUF, T20, QWERTY, every single one of them would be right on their tails. But taking a look at the team performance, of course, we do have a huge difference, because Quraysh Esports before yesterday was somewhere languishing at the bottom of the table. But it is yesterday's games, the consistency that put on the board that led to their uprise.
Indeed, and the consistent play that you are talking about, of course, from the side of Quraysh, if we were to mention the team in yellow right here on the graph, we had them start the day off on Erangel, where they finished second yesterday, and then from there they pushed on towards Miramar, where they finished third. So again, the strive, strive from their side has definitely been there throughout the entirety of the saga. But yes, when you talk about the icing on the cake, that has been taken over from the playstyle that has been showcased from Quantum Rage, definitely. But at the same point of time, both of these teams are doing phenomenally well compared to how they did in day 1 and day 2, because they are sitting on the first page itself. We've got Quantum Rage sitting on the second position, whereas on the other front for Quraysh Esports sitting on that ninth position itself is going to be a perfect start to the day. But at the same point of time, this entire journey is all focused on which those 12 teams are going to be the top 12 teams, and the points is what will matter the most. So again, talking about Quantum Rage, they're looking comfortable on that second position, but for Quraysh Esports, the pressure is slightly off, but they're still going to have to keep on steamrolling through with that sort of a momentous play, or else their position could very well be stolen.
It certainly can be. But now, it's time to discuss about a team that we've been talking a lot about, Team H2V. And their rise yesterday, the way they've been playing, especially Johnny Sins, the way that he performed. I mean, 21 eliminations. There was that 9 eliminations bomb that he did drop. However, they did miss out on the chicken dinner, but they somehow ensured that they would get it towards the very end, right? They would secure all those important points. That Sanhok chicken dinner became so instrumental for them, and boy, oh boy, that was really amazing.
Absolutely. For H2, again, this is a team that when yesterday started off, they were looking roughly about at 19th, 20th position when the day started off. Then slowly they picked up the pace, but by the end of the day, they pushed themselves all the way to the 13th position in the overall ranking, just 1 point shy of that top 12 squads that we're looking forward to be able to jump into the map of Livik. But again, as we clearly do see, the way that the team has been able to pick up that pace yesterday, pick up the baton on day number 4 yesterday, I just hope that keeps on pushing through and help them in today's games as well, because 5 games are going to be played, off of which, of course, every team is going to be playing 4 games. And at the end, every single team, all 20 teams, would have played 20 games. Now, for H2E, the only thing that they need to be focusing on is the momentous play that they showcased yesterday. And that is clearly indicative of the graph that is in front of us as well. I mean, this is just bonkers. You look at how day 1, 2, 3 has been turning out, and then day 4, they realize what the mistakes were. They understand how their strategy could change. They applied that, and that brought in the perfect cookie that they needed for themselves. But now that needs to turn into a perfect day once again for day number 5.
Yeah, the dough's prepared. All you've got to make is the cookie and just heat it up. And of course, the path was really arduous for them, right? And the way they played, it shows it is how you're supposed to. Because H2V, talk about them as a team. Because you always have high expectations. They're not the new kids on the block. They have been there for, let's say, 3-4 renditions of PMPL that we have had. And they've always been the performers. And not the best, but certainly not the worst. And, sort of looking at them like this, I was really feeling miserable. And I could really understand how the fans would be feeling as well. But it was important. And they really stood up to the occasion yesterday. But like we've been
Oh,
saying,
yes.
right, you just cannot be relying just on a day's performance. You've got to be consistent. But now we have been talking about the Super Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Today we do not just have 5 games, we have 6 lined up for you, and that extra bonus map, Livik, for the first time ever. But we're gonna kick things off with the first map of Miramar. Group E, of course, they're not going to be a part of this. They're going to be sitting this one out, watching all these teams play. But again, it comes down to the fact that Regicide, Freestyle, North Esports, Team H2E, these 4 teams, they won't be a participants in this matchup, which means that we do have Group A, B, C, and D partaking this one. But now the big questions comes down. Predictions, Lakshay. I mean, I8 has been taking a little bit of a fall. We do have that top 2 storyline going on. And, of course, teams from the bottom making a climb. So it's going to be a difficult choice, but who are you going with?
Again, so we're starting off on the map of Miramar. Yes, I8 has been going down a little bit, but at the same point of time, Quantum Rage is one of those teams that has been rising up through the ashes perfectly, and that too, like not only just rising through, they are actually stomping through, because they have been able to accumulate 17 elimination points, 14 elimination points, along with the chicken dinner in the map of Miramar again and again. So I do want to say that this could very well be a Quantum Rage game, but at the same point of time, I8 is still going to be a part of it. TUF is going to be a part of it. Team QWERTY is going to be a part of it. So TMW, another team that on the map of Miramar has been doing perfectly well. Reading lobby is what TMW does best. So when you ask the question as to which team could it be that will probably walk away with this perfect chicken dinner this time around, I'm going to go with the Grounders.
The Grounders? I think for me, I'm really confused between TMW, Magnus, and BABLU. But I would really want BABLU to win this one, because TMW, they somehow need to let go of things that are having similar problems to which TUF are also susceptible to. We've seen TUF struggling against I8, one of the contenders for the top 2 berths that we've been talking about. But yeah, I think Team BABLU, we've seen that first day come in, they are all out, you know, they are just mopping the entire lobby, and suddenly second day was all about going for position points. They realized the chinks in their arm, and they realized that the things that they need to fix has to be done. And it was sort of a different approach, a regular approach we saw from BABLU in the previous editions. But, you know, making a few changes, they're still taking their time. But I think today could just be their day.
It very well could be. It definitely ought to be, in fact, as well, because of how they have, you know, when... So I was just going through the entire 5 days, rather the 4 days that we've been part of, right? I was trying to understand the storyline that's been created. So day 1 and day 2, we saw teams like, well, again, BABLU was definitely on top of the entire squads over there, or top of the entire lobby, bringing in a lot of points for themselves. The Grounders were making decent efforts to be, at least if nothing else, known. Their presence was felt. I8, similar case. The conversion was not there. That was the first 2 day storyline. Magnus definitely was a part of that entire squad as well. The teams that I'm talking about, right? 3X got themselves known based on how Miracle played. But then after that one break, day 1 and 2 were together, and then we had that 1 day break. Moving away from that break, jumping in with day 3 and day 4, a complete different turnaround on that storyboard is what we saw. We saw Quantum Rage, we saw Quraysh Esports bring themselves up to a completely different phenomenal level. T20 QWERTY started picking up that pace, and I8, I mean, kya kehne, right? Because I8 had created a league of their own itself, and there was nothing stopping them. So now on day 5, where it all boils down to, now the teams have done really well as the day started off, moved on to understand what things were going wrong, and then 2 days, day 3 and day 4, they worked around all the efforts and then created that dough that we were talking about, converted it into points. Now day 5 is the final crux as to how exactly is the oven temperature going to be set, how exactly are they going to be looking at each other, right? And that is where things go a little critical. But yeah, I will definitely agree with you. BABLU, they need to bring themselves back again. The Grounders, they need to bring themselves back again. If not right now in the first game itself, then things are going to get that much more trickier from their side as we are moving away from week number 1.
100% agree with you, because we have been harping about the bonus points, the buffers that the teams are going to get if they place well in the overall standings. And I think Team BABLU has been somewhere around the middle order, and certainly not where they're supposed to be, because if you talk about the legacy of this team, this is one of the top 3 teams that we would ideally, you know, count with, let's say, I8, Team QWERTY, T20, or maybe even the likes of TUF that have shown some massive improvement along with Magnus. Now, we did talk about the separation, right? 52X Rage joining Magnus and them performing so well. It was quite coming. That is something that we can say. But yeah, I think even I8, as a matter of fact, I think they have been a little overwhelming lately because of the way they've been playing.
Right.
They still are sticking to their old strats. They're still, respecting the circle. They're still, playing a round of width. But towards the end, the conclusive finishes is something that they are lacking upon, which could all change today as we have taken it up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the evening, that's going to be in Miramar. Fasten up your seatbelts because you are in for a ride. Of course, the flight path trajectory heading all the way to on the certain side. I mean, all the way towards the Los Leones city. Would have loved to see the flight path in person. There you go. It's a certain one, and the teams traversing to the northern side, they're going to have a lot of trouble.
They definitely are. But at the same time, we know that when it comes to the PUBG gods and the way that they try and play with the minds of the players and the teams as far as the flight path itself is concerned compared to the zone, then maybe it ends up becoming a bit of a debatable question between the teams and the teammates as to, alright, the zone or rather the flight path is southern, mostly southern focused. So perhaps there'd probably be like a 70% chance for the zone to be created up north towards water treatment towards Hacienda. But overall right now, again, we can clearly see that these teams, they have been playing in the lobby against each other for a long time, so they're not going to be focusing on that. My apologies.
Oh, Lakshay, look at the circle. It's a double whammy right from the very start.
Oh, there we have
the
it.
gods
There we
of
have it,
PUBG M are definitely not pleased. They're angered, and hence the wrath. And teams, they're gonna have a really interesting time, I must say, because you've got to take your vehicles, completely take control over those water treatment areas, or maybe the hills surrounding it, or maybe even we could witness a certain hacienda circle around the hills, or maybe it just could go towards creative. So many possibilities of these circles, but more than that, you can see that southern cluster being built up right from the very start. You've got R3D, you've got 52Esports right in contention with each other. And so far, from the past 2 days, what we've been witnessing is the slower circles, right? Teams really being reluctant in engaging in fights. And we do see all those fights beginning to erupt eventually towards the fifth or the sixth zone. I think today it's going to be a much quicker Miramar.
It could probably be. I mean, see the teams that are sitting on the top 5 to 8, rather, top 8 positions, I'd say. And that includes BABLU as well, as BABLU is sitting on the 7th position right there with no chicken dinner, that too. And they're sitting on that 7th position with 134 points. So definitely the teams that are in the top 8, they are looking comfortable. But at the same point of time, they are going to try and deliver a very quick game. But along with all of that, of course, having said that, there's also teams that are trying to iron it out for themselves, trying to convert. And there we have it. 52Esports once again at the start of the game itself. Joker going down. Anubis is the man from R3D, taking that first elimination point. And 52Esports, is it okay to say that? Yeah, it's a custom now. It's a custom to see 52Esports being in the limelight, and that too in the crosshairs of their opponent teams.
Look at TUF. They want a piece of the pie. Already trying to just flatten the tires and making sure that even R3D has no means to escape. So it's going to be really interesting. Wow. And that too with an M249. And this is absurd, to be honest. And if he sprays, and if that connects, I'm just going to walk out of here. I'm just going to enjoy my Sunday otherwise. But for now, I mean, Thor, he's just being ambitious. Did manage to get some smokes out of that vehicle though. Almost had a damage 60%. Shows how deadly this weapon can be if it is yielded in the right hands. But for now, I mean, TUF, we've been talking, they have to let go of the ghosts of their past. They have to win those fights against I8 because they are your competitors. Right now, they might be better, but if you do keep the hustle real, you are certainly going to be there. And yeah, they've been exceeding expectations. For sure, the recent form they've had there in those local tournaments, but the trouble for R3D seems to have not been over yet, or maybe it has.
For now, it seems like they're going to be left to themselves, and there's going to be no trouble, at least for now, at least. And it's just a 4-minute marker, 5-minute marker in this game. And along with that, we're already seeing the first blood going against the players of 52 Esports, where, of course, we saw Joker going down. They're left with just a 3-man squad. And talking about 52 Esports as well, the team, they are surrounded, right? We saw them. Right in front of them was R3D. Right behind them, of course, we saw TUF also keeping a very close eye. And the rotation from 52 Esports right now is going to be a tricky one, because again, they are at a comfortable position because they've got the compound, as we saw. At the same point of time, they're comfortable because the zone is going to be right around in the vicinity. But what they are not comfortable about is the aggressive teams that are surrounding them. And TUF from the far away distance, as well as R3D right above them, is a tricky conversion, is a tricky situation that 52 Esports is going to have to deal with. The swifter they do, the better off probably they will be. But at the same point in time, as we look at the teams that find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone itself, we've got TMW looking very, very cheeky and comfortable. T20, QWERTY are also going to be finding themselves in the center, as we do have from Montenueno, the Grounders making a rotation towards the center as well. So the teams at the final day, this being the final day of week 1, are going to try and be as safe as possible as far as the zone is concerned, but as destructive as can be as far as the aggression is concerned.
Oh, indeed. And look at Team BABLU. They're taking that longer route all the way from the Western Highway, just entering maybe through El Pozo, or I wouldn't rather be surprised if they decide to take the La Cobreria route.
Yeah.
And the same for Quraysh Esports. Are they even rotating, just stationed around Impala, making sure they're all handy and dandy and good? But what on earth is Hasni up to? Is he in the water?
Right, exactly. I'm trying to figure that out as well, as to what exactly is he up to. Is he going to the spawn island, or what exactly is going on through his mind, I wonder. But at the same time, yeah, that's the chaos that we always do anticipate and love to see on the battleground. And that is what Hasni is delivering this time around. I just hope that his expedition was a happy one, and not a
long
waste of time. Exactly, a long one right there.
But, TMW, I think this team has really impressed us, right? The way they've been playing. We've always been all praises about their Sanhok games. But yesterday, they did show some consistency, even around Erangel and Miramar. They've been playing really well. And we really hope they come out with flying colors, especially end up at the top 12 by the end of the evening. So that's really going to be something that I'm especially looking out for. But Triple Esports, they start off really well. During those fights, they're really good. But in those final circles, they have this tendency to choke. And they really need to get over that. Otherwise, well, I think things will continue as it has been. But the Grounders, I mean, Shapatar, one of those players that we've been talking about, apparently has changed his name to Draken, and somehow we were not informed of the same. That is a little bit disappointing, but as life is, need to move on. But yeah, I think the Grounders haven't really shown their full potential, their true colors, for what they're really famous for. I hope they do it this time. They're definitely closing in on TMW over here.
They're looking very much in control as far as the area around them is concerned, because they have themselves surrounded, as we can see on the top right hand side of the mini map, and they are keeping a very clean and keen eye towards their opponents as well. Now all they got to do is convert any information into points, and that is what this entire fight and day is going to be all about. Now we do see a 2-man split coming in from their side, as we do have Jalsa as well as, of course, Drake Enki all the way towards the other side on top of that hill, and now they're going to be pushing and rushing through closer and closer towards the positioning of TMW, where we do see TMW M7 on the first day itself on the map of Erangel. We saw M7 being so very critical and detrimental in terms of how he was able to approach and convert points in the first 5 minutes of the game itself. Now, once again, the entire responsibility falls back on him. At the same point of time, the Grounders, they're making a lot of noise. They probably have a little bit of an idea. Jalsa is going to be going on to forward towards that flank angle, but what is the conversion going to be like? We will find that out quickly and soon enough, because that is what these two teams are working towards and getting themselves set up. At the same point in time, the zone is going to be making a shift towards the north.
Now, one of the remarkable things of M7 I remembered was that first day Erangel fight. If you remember how he played across that squad house, just annihilating two players over there. And that was really interesting, and showed that this kid is a new prospect. And interestingly, Pakistan has always been a region that tends to surprise us, but here we have the fight in swing in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. TUF going after R3D as Hawk falls prey to the circle. I'm starting to wonder if they do even have enough meds, because right from the very get-go, they were in the, taking thins of taking multiple fights. And I'm starting to wonder if they did loot enough, as TmwEsports are in a whole world of trouble, as TmW just marching upon them and eat them up.
Oh
my
wow,
goodness.
what a perfect reaction this has been from the side of course, TMW, where Hayan has been able to accumulate that 1 point, very crucial point for their side. And the backlines, we've got Gravity in front. Of course, Voltrix is already down. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to get that converted into a point. And it seems like Wurtie's Gravity also goes down. A perfect nade, all boils down to Gangster. Now, Gangster approach is going to be required from him. But Kurma is not going to be allowing any of that. And that is going to be the end of T20 Wurtie.
I'm shocked.
Okay.
A little taken aback. The fastest curse.
Yeah, that. Honestly,
that
was unexpected.
What the hell is happening right now?
What is happening? TFD taking on shots against BABLU, easily bringing down one of the players. Cairo goes down, thankfully, from BABLU's aggression, and BABLU's aggression itself is not being, of course, accustomed because they are scattered. Zabyan goes down. His teammates are around in the vicinity in the compound, but it is going to be an all-out fight where TFD definitely are looking in control. And Teen Wolf, with a perfect nade from Styler, will not be able to handle that, and all falls down to Dani. Now, Dani, he is going to, of course, let his opponents know where he's at. He's going to be surrounded from both the angles, and even if he can get one shot down, one spray down, all right, never mind that. That was just a dream from BABLU's team, but that has been demolished as BABLU absolutely get thrown out of this lobby with a perfect aggression from TFT right now.
Abomination.
What is happening? Seriously,
I have no clue what's going on right now. The big dogs falling like this. And certainly, I think it's an interesting thing, because now the teams that are, somewhere around the bottom half of the table, they do understand they have nothing to lose. Because, again, for the viewers out there who are recently tuning in on the broadcast, we've got to tell you this. The points are going to get reset, as Senior just waiting patiently for the right opportunistic moment to strike, and he even does that. And before TMW do realize, before they're even happy about the fact that they took one of the most dominating teams out of the game, they're done. One of their players at least is. Now, taking a look at the circle, Quraysh Esports has been pretty late. And look at the players of R3D. They have resorted to play outside the zone at Monte Nuevo. I do not know how that's going to work out, but M7 surviving with a sliver of HP. How long is he going to live?
Well, things are not looking good for M7 right now. In fact, for the case of TMW itself, because Quantum Rage, this team is very theoretical as well as, of course, very, very practical in terms of how they approach a fight. And this perfect conversion from their side, the synergy in terms of which they're able to communicate and get that fight across and known into the lobby as well as their opponents that they are serious in terms of their approach and they will definitely deliver. Whereas, again, you look at the players right there from the side of course, this team, three of the players were part of, or rather, yes, 3 of the players were part of the fight. Only one took about 25% health down. That was it. Damage, that was all. 25% damage is all he took. Whereas the entire fight was converted into just perfect angles and fight converted into, of course, that communication being key element right there. And that is where this team of Quantum Rage are really defining how they play. But at the same time, right now it's going to be Metershot Sky's play, and Metershot Sky is not going to be able to deliver much as the grounders all like a bunch, like a punch going to be thrown into the face of Metershot Sky and delivering at least one elimination from Metershot Sky's plays for now.
What's really baffling is they're not even trying Ash even in that case, but Evil Boy certainly gets taken down. Sensi and Jalsa, of course, pushing in tandem with each other. It's Halsey all by his lonesome. Does get a beautiful knock, but is he going to get traded off? That's the big question. Does make some bobbing and weaving there as Jalsa just pushing in. Goes in for the prone, but still to no avail as he does get taken down. Khatir, the rotation has been pretty late, but is he too late to recover? Goes in for the spray. Jalsa takes a massive amount of damage. Needs to go into hiding, barely surviving with just a tickle of HP out there. Khatir is aware of the fact, and that is where Dragon does come into aid for his teammate. A little too late in it for the grounders as the Molotov does go in. And it is all getting so chaotic, Plotter. It's so difficult to catch up.
Oh, well, it's a 1v1 situation right here between these two teams. Khatir against the players of Grounders, Draken. And now it all boils down to, well, Draken, what exactly is he going to be able to do? That nade, as well as the Molotov, will it be able to give it that damage? Well, it has definitely not, as Khatir has been able to get that first aid all the way across and get his teammate up. Helsey's up. He's going to be getting himself the first aid kit. And that means a 2v1 situation is what this is going to turn out to be. With the UMP in his hand, he definitely is looking very much in control. But the fight is not looking definitely going in his favor. Because from the backlines, it is also going to be Quantum Rage chiming it along. And just like that, the Grounders get eliminated on the 13th position, where again, sigh of relief from the side of Metershot Sky from this fight is what this has turned into, where 4 elimination points have been converted, but at the same time, their position now is in a bit of a contestation because Quantum Rage was in the backlines.
Oh, it's just fights happening left, right, and center. Quantum Rage, they're always renowned to know when to strike, when the iron is hot, and they indeed did that. But look at this circle. I think barring I8, I don't see even a single soul inside the zone. And this is where it's going to be really interesting. You need to take control over those northeastern parts of the map, where Quantum Rage certainly are. If you have that hill, do have that little bit of advantage for yourselves. But teams now, again, one of those teams that did perform really well yesterday, have been looking really steady. Haven't really gotten them inside the mix of fights yet, but that's all going to begin. But we do have a lot of fights happening, erupting left, right, and center. Of course, 11 teams just surviving. That is, well, the Pakistani lobby right in front of you, and which we really thought had changed. We thought the meta over here has gone back to something that, you know, was quite prevalent in the South Asian region, or maybe, you know, what the Southeast Asian region is quite known for. You know, just play the slow games, get those good positions, and once you have it, respect the circle, and then go in for the fights. But now they're back to basics. It's just blood splattering across the land, the sands just absorbing it. But for now, TFT, they really have a good compound for themselves, right? Some steady cover to work around with, some concrete grounds. And so are the players of PMPL Esports, just hovering around the water treatment area. Now, that's really interesting to see them play over there, because it's a tricky approach. You just can't be hiding. You need to collect enough information to just go out and play. But Team Star, they're sort of rotating. Quraysh might just ambush these compounds.
Absolutely. I was just about to mention that when you mentioned the water treatment plant. We do have PMPL Esports right there, but right around in the vicinity is also going to be Quraysh. Now, Quraysh need to be able to convert, and along with that, TmwEsports is Daku was the player who was surviving outside the zone as he tried to get himself in. His team will be eliminated. 10 teams do remain. Up on the top, we can see Magnus's finisher and Faster also making a quick rotation to get themselves into the zone as well. But now Quraysh, it all boils down to who is going to be in control of this water treatment. At the same time, whoever takes the fight is also going to be letting the other teams in the vicinity know. And that is where perhaps the teams that are going to be on top of the mountain, like Magnus, for example, for now, can very well deliver a third-party approach against the players of Quraysh. But we shall have to find out if that'll be the case or not. Now, for now, Quraysh as well as TmwEsports are both being very cautious in terms of how they want to be able to get those angles set up in the water treatment area itself. Because again, the zone is going to be moving away from this area. This is pretty much at the edge of the zone as of now. Now, I8 in all of this is out of the limelight because they're being very, very quiet. And look at that. As soon as I mention I8, 3x's Mary is going to be bringing in a shot and knocking down one of the player of I8 for now, where we do see I8 very much around in the vicinity of the compound of water treatment towards the south of the zone. And of course, they are being hunkered on from 3x's players as well. But as far as the fight is concerned, it seems like it is going to be taking a snail's pace approach for just a few minutes, as all the teams are probably waiting where the zone is going to be taking these teams. With that, Metershot get eliminated right there on the 10th position. So 9 teams remain with 35 players and just 5 seconds more. And we're going to be looking at a shift coming in from the zone. Now, this shift is going to be key. And boom, there we have it.
Indeed, we do. I mean, I was just wondering, there's this lull in the lobby and suddenly just gunshots all around. And this is it, right? This is the moment where everybody's just going to race in like cats and dogs fight for that position. But Magnus certainly do have really good footing for themselves, and so do the players of Quantum Rage. But TUF decide to strike in, have already taken one of those players down just before getting traded, as Thor also needs to be a part of the party, as now Kane making sure that he has to just find some perfect cover for him. And there was some lava and he is burning. Just not into crisp yet, as TUF trying to establish the dominant. But right now, just reduced to a two-man squad. Kane spotting out her, but he knows his position has been compromised. He needs to find that flank angle perfectly for himself as Tyler. He's just prepping up, cooking up all those grenades, waiting for the right moment to strike, as Thor being very vigilant with his movement. Not really revealing enough of himself, as Thor just jiggling around this area as finally TFT decide to strike in, and there you go, still prone down, does not really connect as a third party really comes in. It is going to be 3x marching in. Oh, that's going to hurt if you are TUF, but TFT, they really need to recover. Kane is still burning. Is he going to keep doing that?
Very difficult for TFT to be able to get out of this position, because again, as we do see 3x's approach, I mean, we've got right in front, of course, in top, there is going to be a perfect Tyrant play coming in from Tyrant, and of course, along with that, his teammate Mary as well as Kratos are out on the back lines of the compound to see if at all there's a runner in the squad, and that's exactly what Leon has done from TFT. The one final player who still does remain is going to be on the run. Now, TFT, they've had a decent run thus far. They cannot be complaining because they've been able to accumulate 8 elimination points as of now, but of course, Leon OP, the only one dream that he would have is going to try and get at least one more point. But at the same time, Mary from the other lines is going to get damaged from I8's blade. So he goes down on his knees, but the point has not been given away to I8's players. Till now, I8 do not have a single finish point for themselves, but they still do have all the 4 players surviving and looking very comfortable. From the Eastern Front, we do have Magnus also approaching this entire squad, and Magnus is now damaging the positioning of the players of Quraysh Esports that we saw earlier in the water treatment area. But all in all, this is going to be a chaotic end, because there are still some big names that are going to be part of the zone and part of the fight, but also at the same time, there are teams like 3x who are moving along with the moments play, but will I8 be able to stop them in their tracks?
Finally, the elephants do appear, and well, I was really expecting for some massive blows, but that did not happen. But this was something that was well anticipated, right? 3x just charge in, do not really disengage before you have to head inside the circle, and now they have to pay that hefty price. Miracle somehow does have that shroud of smoke, but once the murky layers just remove themselves, he is out in the open, exposed and vulnerable to shots from every single direction. Now, we've been talking about the Kings of the Hill situation, and I think Magnus do have a very important spot to themselves, but what does not really go their way is the circle. They have to get in somehow, and they're making good work out of it. They're ensuring that they get those knocks so that the teammates are busy reviving while they make their way in. You have to carve your way. There's no other way around with. And Team I8, the way they've been playing, it's a whole different ballgame for them, because it is a change in pace. They have been quite reluctant. I think it's all about making a statement. It's all about starting the day with a shebang, get a chicken dinner, maybe. As Quantum Rage, smoke being deployed, they do understand. They might have some aggressors coming in the form of Team Magnus. Faster first, very close and personal. Good spot out Spark, does spot his head, goes for the shots, but instantly retreats and prones in as the Molotovs do come in. But Quantum Rage, they somehow need to recuperate, and how do they do that? That's the big question.
Absolutely. For now, Cino is trying to create a little bit of a flank angle and see if at all he can spot out any of the heads from Magnus's players, but sadly that has not been the case. On the contrary, Faster has been able to push on a little too out in the front, and there we have it. Of course, that will definitely not be given away any points to him, but of course his opponents, as well, Team Star were able to capitalize on that, but not for long, of course. My apologies, not Star, Quantum Rage were able to capitalize on that, and thus were able to at least get one finish point for themselves before they themselves see the end of this game for themselves. 5 teams remain. Magnus's player still going to be alive for now, and that's going to be one final player. That's going to be Zen at the moment. At the same case, we do have Team Star's one final player remaining as well. Well, correction, Sultan goes down, so Team Star is left with nobody. That means we are left with 4 teams. All in all, the numbers advantage clearly indicated favoring I8. As far as the zone itself is concerned, I8 definitely looking like they can capitalize, but 3x, we cannot put 3x out of this fight till now, even though numbers not favoring them.
Yeah, they'd have his life snuffed out from the play zone, but for 3x Esports, they somehow have made it inside the circle. Do have some good Rich to play around with as Uzum just goes all out on the players of Triple Esports, having taken two of them, repositioning himself. His Thug needs to make some play happen, but there it is. His partner in crime, Ghost, just come in to his aid. And IQ, he's got all that vision. Of course, he's spotted out, he's compromised, the trades need to come in, but before that, he dishes out all that lead right in the hearts of the players of 3x Miracle. As he goes down, IQ still relentless, but Tyrant does not have any of those grenades, but does have that one Molotov. And I'm starting to wonder why is he still not using that.
He wants to be absolutely certain, and of course, being able to control the zone itself is what the key element is going to be for the side of course, I8 for now, where Blade and Ghost are going to be coming in from one angle, and on the other front, of course, Uzum is going to be at the back lines, but their fourth team member is going to be creating that flank, and there we have it, that perfect nade. They know the angle has been, or rather the area has been covered up. Now there's no way for 3x to be able to run. Kratos already down on his knees. Tyrant, the only man surviving, goes down, and there we have it. I8 will easily be able to dominate this game for themselves as they walk out with the lowest elimination point chicken dinner for themselves is what I think this is going to turn out to be, with 9 finish points to them, and along with that, of course, a perfect finish, which is going to be skyrocketing their already concrete position on the overall ranking.
You know how easily you say the lowest finish chicken dinners for I8 because 9 eliminations still are the highest of certain teams that have been trying so hard. But yeah, I8 Esports, a little bit of a change in the pace, being, I think, like I said earlier during the cast, it was all about making a statement. It was all about making sure and putting out a message louder and clear that we're still here. We're still your daddies. And we're going to ensure whatever it takes. We're going to have that huge lead, even getting even bigger, given the moment, because the way they've been playing, it was phenomenal. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is head in for a quick little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Alright, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, after that quick short break, because of course we've got a huge shout out for our sponsors, the Oppo F21 Pro, and we've been talking about that. They are the sponsors of the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan region, and yeah, I've been talking about the colors, right? The orange one that really looks super sexy for me. I would love to have my hands on it. But coming back to the matchup, it was I8 grabbing that chicken dinner for themselves, and it was so much chaos, right? Right from the very start, there was not even a single breathing moment where we had a lull in the lobby or space where we could talk about what's going on. But eventually it was all about the circle taking those shift towards the northern side, and it was I8 being very patient, just loot at Los Leones, take all that way up north, and somehow get that chicken dinner. But talking about the MVP, it was of course 3x also making sure that they had their voices heard with all those gunshots, and Miracle, he's been making waves lately. 6 eliminations, well-deserved stats for this lad.
Absolutely. Now, correct me if it was day 1 or day 2 where we saw 3x's Miracle being the limelight player from 3x.
I think it was a match of Sanhok.
Sanhok, exactly. I'm not entirely sure if it was day 1 or day 2 though, because that is where I noticed 3x Miracle, and Miracle after that was always from my side in the limelight, in terms of even if he's the final player standing, he will try and bring in some sort of ludicrous plays to be able to damage as many teams and opponents as he possibly can. But along with that, we move on to the players themselves to focus upon from this game. We do have TFD's Leon OP joining in on the second. Along with that, of course, Spark is also going to be there, but I8, I mean, yeah, their players are always going to be in focus because of the way that this team plays every single game.
Oh yeah, I mean, as we take a look at the match rankings over here, it was I8. Those 9 eliminations are really coming in handy, but even for the likes of 3x Esports, you've got 8 eliminations coming into the mix, and I think we did talk about it, right? They were also the opportunistic bunch, you know, waiting for the right moment, and once the iron was hot, they did go in. And Magnus as well, having that high ground advantage for quite some long time, but eventually did fall prey. And Triple Esports, good recovery from their side, and TFT also had a really nice time. But for the likes of T20 and Team BABLU, I do not know what went wrong for them.
Oh, a lot of things. Where, of course, when we jumped on to the map and, of course, the fight that BABLU was facing, it was an all-out annihilation. There was just already 2 of their players already gone down. There was no way that the connection and the conversion could have been converted for BABLU's side. Sadly, though, that was not anticipated. But at the same time, that is what this first game resulted out to be from their side. On the other front, T20 QWERTY, yeah, they're just rushing through. They're just rushing through a little too early right there. The fight that we saw, of course, in the highlights of F21 Pro, we will also notice where that rush that was made from their side, it was ill-advised, definitely. But again, I'm sure that they are just wanting to get the day over and done with because, well, they're looking comfortable as far as their fights are concerned, as far as their Livik game is concerned.
Oh, indeed it is. And, you know, it all started off with this one. I really thought, you know, Ash could have just patiently held out around that room, you know, just not giving enough of his body away. But Khatir really coming into the aid, and Metershot X Sky somehow managed to win that fight when we really thought that that's not going to happen anymore. You know, multiple mistakes were made, you know, teammates really not coming in, players just engaging on their own. You need to understand, sometimes you have to buy enough time. But this is where I8, they were patient as ever, and knew that Team Magnus were taking some fights over here, especially with Quantum Rage. So they were aware of their whereabouts, and they capitalized on it. And eventually just could not make it inside the circle. But I8, they just went all out, you know, completely ham in the lobby towards that latter phase of the game. And they had the enemies cornered, right? 3x Esports, even they had themselves compromised. It was IQ delivering all that important information. And even the damage graph reciprocates likewise, you know. Eventually, they did turn out to have the highest damage in the lobby. But Quantum Rage also, you know, 7 finishes, 1747 points of damage. That was really nice from their side as well.
That was definitely the momentum that Quantum Rage has pushed on along in the past 2 days with, and that is what they are trying to deliver today as well. Nothing taken away from TFD's approach as well. Team Faulty Devils were able to walk away with 8 finish points, 8 eliminations with 1463 damage of their own. In all right here though, let's focus also on the team sitting right there. Triple Esports, 631 damage, 3 elimination points converted. But at the same point of time, the finish points converted along with, or rather added along with, of course, the placement points will help them out. So very cheeky play on the map of Miramar from Triple Esports this time around.
Oh yeah, I mean, Triple Esports, I think they really lived up to the expectations. It was all about carrying on that good rotations. But for now, the overall ranking shows that I8 Esports, I think they would want to hit that 300 plus marker, and that they need to do it ASAP. But for Quantum Rage, I think it was a decent game again. Not the best of position points, but definitely in the finish department, they were really nice. Magnus Esports, it was a combination of both, right? Good finishes, good position points. But TUF, they were kind of a little shaky because losing out on those 2 of their players in those early fights before getting third-partied by 3x Esports. It was a fight against TFT, if my memory serves me right. But QWERTY Esports, I think they really need to wake up. I mean, losing out a fight like that is certainly not acceptable from a team of that caliber.
Absolutely. Most certainly that is something that they are hopefully are going to be able to rectify in this upcoming game. But looking at this page number 2 itself, we do see TFT pushing themselves 4 positions up and getting exactly the same number of points as does the Grounders on the 12th position right there. Now, the best part about this upcoming game is going to be the fact that the first 2 on the first page, the 2 teams that are up on top, they're not going to be playing this time around. We've got Quantum Rage. They are sitting on the 2nd position. We've got I8 sitting on the top position. Their group in the upcoming... no, my apologies. In fact, their group will be playing. My apologies there. The Grounders, Metershot, R3D, and Triple Esports are the ones that will not be playing. So definitely a tough conversion that was needed from the Grounders side has not worked out in their favor. And now TFD, they can very well try and push themselves in the top 12. In fact, in the top 10 itself, because this is the game that will be played on Erangel. So the map is definitely known, the drop locations definitely they ought to know. And with that, we are also going to get introduced with Group E, that will Regicide, Freestyle, North Esports, as well as H2E will be participating.
Oh yeah, and we've been talking about them, right? Regicide, were phenomenal yesterday, especially in that final game of Sanhok, where they just messed it up in those final rotations. That split was so mesmerizing, but they could have done so much better towards the end. Just two players just one of them driving their vehicle, even despite having an information on Malik's whereabouts, and that's sort of leading into their downfall. But yeah, I think they've gotten past it, and they're still in contention, top 12. They must be playing Livik today. I hope these teams have practiced. But prediction time, Lakshay, who do you think? I think it's going to be I8 again for me. Erangel, I8.
All right, Erangel it is. And this time around, we know for a fact Group E is going to be participating. We definitely do want to be able to see some perfect plays from Freestyle, though it is looking very tough. North Esports as well as Team H2E, very much dicey approach from them, but definitely they're going to be bringing in their level best performance, because Team H2E have the momentum that they showcased yesterday and the caliber as well, right? The number of elimination points that they were able to accumulate, definitely GG play from their side. But talking about a chicken dinner itself on the map of Erangel, I8, you definitely cannot go wrong with that. But I'm going to choose a rivalry approach coming in from the side of Magnus perhaps this time around. And I want to be able to see if Magnus can get themselves up towards the chicken dinner for this upcoming game of Erangel.
I mean, it could be possible, right? There is always that uncertainty that comes with this map. Magnus had been close, but this is again the question comes down to the fact that can the other big dogs step up? I'm talking about QWERTY T20, and recently I've heard we do venture around the world of digital media. That's where Instagram really comes into play. And Khan has apparently been under the weather. He is unwell. So that could be one of those major factors as a reason to why QWERTY just melted in that fight. But that's where you need to know that the strong keeps on going, and you have to have that strong mindset over here. It's still it's still a long week. It's still a long league. Upcoming for these lads, you still have 2 weeks more to play. It is the grand finals that you need to focus on about, but that is where it gets a lot more tricky, right? Because the amount of bonus points you have for yourself really help you out, especially when you start the grand finals, because only the top 6 from here, they qualify to the SA championships, and from there onwards we are always talking about the road to PMGC, and it has been never that we've seen a Pakistani team represent, and maybe this could be one of those times that they make it out there, they perform their hats out, because even the SA lobby, that's again a whole different ball game that we're talking about.
Oh yes, and I was looking at their games as well, and I was looking at their leaderboard itself, and yeah, things are very close over at the other side of the pond, basically, simply put. But along with that, we do have the second game of the day going to be on our screen, where the flight path is going to be dissecting the map in equal halves of the map of Erangel, going to be starting off all the way from Novrapnoy and getting themselves all through towards the northwestern side of course, a Georgia pole right now, which definitely does imply that when it comes down to the drop locations for, of course, I8, for looking very comfortable is the position for them. Now look at how Quraysh Esports have put themselves on the area of Novrapnoy, because they know Metershot is not going to be playing this time around. Metershot loves to go towards Novrapnoy, but since they're not going to be part of it, Quraysh have capitalized on that position and then on that area as well. But now we need to see if they'll be able to convert that into points for themselves. I8 with a known drop location of military base, though at the same point of time fixes. Till now we haven't seen a southern zone, have we? We haven't seen a military base zone. We haven't seen a ferry pier bridge zone. There was?
I think it was just that one occasion, if I remember, with Shadow. I was casting the game, and it went down south, and it went way down south. Now I'm talking about, imagine, Lakshay, I've got to paint you this picture. Imagine the circle forming, and 60% of it is submerged in the water. It was just 40% land, and that was like the third or the fourth shift that I was talking about. And it went all mad, right? What happened inside the lobby? I8 did come out with that chicken. Of course, it was their zone to win, and yeah, indeed they did. But for now, we're going to settle with the western zone. Now, I really want, from the bottom of my heart, the circle ending at the Everest.
That would be lovely. That definitely would be lovely. But again, I mean, Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll definitely take that. I'll definitely take that because a lot of chaos
Or maybe a
is what we
Ramzaki. What do you think?
anticipate. Yeah, yeah, that is more plausible right there. Zarki zone coming in, but at the same time, I mean, what you mentioned would be the best way that this zone could be played out, especially this being the final day of week 1, and the final day itself implies the kind of pressure, and that pressure needs to be indicated from the zone as well to these teams. But we'll of course leave that to the PUBG gods, and they'll decide if at all that'll be the case or not. Because I think a lot of times, or rather very seldom times I should rather say, we see that Zarki zone being converted, and if that does happen today being the final day, that would be absolutely pristine, this being the second last Erangel for week 1 that we are of course a part of, with that team H2E going to be on our screens, and a team that did deliver, or rather started to deliver on day 4, are trying to just keep that number up. Now, talking about the difference as well for the side of team H2E, we saw that earlier as well. They were looking very comfortable to be a part of the top 12, and now all they gotta do is just keep hammering on in that area, in towards that direction, to just keep on bringing, if nothing else, 4 to 5 points minimum per game. And that is how they can definitely solidify their position in the top 12. Because even if you, on the map of Livik, walk away with just a slight advantage, that advantage is still going to be yours compared to a team that have not been able to participate on the map of Livik. But this only being first week, there'll still be 2 more weeks after this that we will of course be looking at teams participating on the map of Livik before we jump into the grand finals and have a look at that total tally that these teams, the bonus points that they are going to be able to accumulate from that Livik map. As of now, as we look towards the Jojo, we do have of course H2E very close in contestation to BABLU's position as well, and down south of that Jojo is TUF eagerly waiting.
And we've been privy to this certain situation, right? Team BABLU just dropping off at the northwestern George Paul City, and H2E, they're sort of like friendly neighbors. They mean no harm to each other. They're all about the rotations. We haven't really seen that bloodshed happening in this particular city, so it's going to be really interesting. But both these teams have a really good advantage than the others, that they can make fast rotations. But TUF, I think, is the one team that is going to benefit the most out of this circuit, because ideally they're at the best spot. I think they've taken control over the Mount Everest over there, and they have that beautiful eagle's eye view of where all these teams are rotating and hovering about. But for the other teams, it's going to be really difficult to say, because Magnus still around, Pochinki, 3X Esports around those Ruins Water City area, and North Esports seem to have not left those school apartments yet. But what's more concerning is the teams on the eastern side, especially TmwEsports, Regicide, Team Star, TFT. They've all got to make their movement inside the circle anytime soon, and that is where there are chances that they might be kept.
Most certainly they ought to be gate kept, but that again will all fall back on how are the rotations going to be made, right? We've got, as you perfectly mentioned, T20 finding themselves very much towards the mansion region, but if they try and make that rotation from the northern side, because again, this is just the first zone that we're looking at, where exactly is this zone going to be shifting itself towards? Which side is it going to be dictating the fights towards? If it goes towards that North Georgia side, as you were mentioning, and predicting it to go towards Zarki, or anticipating for it to go to Zarki, that would be a chaotic mess on this Erangel map, where the rotations from the side of course, Team Star, R3G, from, of course, at the same time, TFD and T20, they will be up for debate. Whichever side they go, there will be chaos following them through and through. But on our screens right now, we do see a few of those teams making that early rotation. That's going to be NES, who find themselves in the zone itself. But it seems like they are making their way. Again, for now, they're going to be making their way towards Giorgio, slowly but surely moving through the ruins area. And where exactly are they going to be putting a full stop is what I want to see. Are they going to be going down, or are they going up to the mountain and just hold on to that position for as long as they possibly can? Because again, you talk about that mountain, it is pretty much in the center of the zone. A lot of information can be retained, and there is absolutely no one on top of that mountain as of now.
It's looking a little slow for now, because every team, they're just focusing on getting themselves some good ground, some good areas to play around. And it was sort of a similar circle where, if you remember, T20 QWERTY still somehow managed to come out alive. And it's going to be an interesting game whatsoever, as these teams are just waiting for all the fights to ensue right in front of them.
A slow Erangel is what this is turning out to be, but again, you gotta wait for the storm that's brewing up around in these areas, because again, we are looking at all the 16 teams, all 64 players still surviving. But hey, my word, and there we have it. Magnus is then a perfect spray from his side is apparently going to be converting not only one but two players down on their knees, and that is going to be two players from the side of the Faulty Devils. As Leon goes down, same is going to gaze for the Styler as well, and there is absolutely no way his teammates are going to be able to bring them to a perfect conversion and bring them to revival, basically, because they are lost to the cause. Magnus starting that lull in for a perfect start, aggressive start from their side. But for now, that is all that they are going to be, of course, privy to, because most of the teams have made the rotation, and there are still a few, like for example T20 QWERTY, who are working towards that late rotation. Now TFD, they are in a bit of a spot where Kanai as well as, of course, Cairo are the only two players surviving, and there we have it. Of course, we do want to be able to get two individual vehicles, as you are the only two solo players surviving. If you are in one vehicle and if a spray is brought on while they make this rotation, then that will be the end of TFT right there. But a perfect call from the side of that team, and that will be all, at least for now, as we're still waiting, because so many of these teams now getting closer and closer towards that South Georgia region, towards the center, towards Ruins, as well as towards South Georgia, where we were mentioning NES making their way towards that mountain, and that's exactly where they are going to be hunkering themselves down, at least for now. So any team around in the vicinity is going to be spotted out from North Esports' play as well. But will NES try and get any sprays on top of them or not? 3x Esports' Tyrant definitely tried, but Quantum Rage's player Spark is going to be able to get away from this spray for now, at least. It's just 10-minute marker into the game, and a lot of sprays have definitely been tried. A lot of information was retained from the teams as to where the rotations are being made, but overall, the conversion as of now has only been the two fallen lads of TFD for now.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I mean, with the way things are heading out, it's all about all teams just trying to get inside. Like I said, a good vantage area. But look at Rollin just heading at Spark's way. Could have his buggy damaged, but there comes those beautiful trade. It was a bait and switch. Perfect strategy deployed by the boys from Magnus, ensuring that one big finish. Now, Quantum Rage, they're losing out of numbers. Now they just survived with 3 men. It's going to be really difficult playing a final circle like this, especially when you've got so many areas of higher advantage, or higher ground, so many compounds to play around with. Now what's really, just, having my attention grabbed at is whether the prospects of the circle shifting up north. Now, if it does, the amount of teams that are on the southern side, they have to move up. And we're going to witness a massacre happening in the lobby anytime soon.
Oh, it's going to be one of those whirlwind that will be, of course, showcased to the teams that are on the southern side of the zone itself. But in just a few minutes, or perhaps that question will be answered. As of now, of course, Magnus still going to be on our screens, as they are going to be in the vicinity of not only one but two teams, actually. T20 QWERTY's Voltrix is also going to be able to get a little bit of a head spotting from Magnus's side. And of course, Magnus were able to damage QR's position, Quantum Rage's position, as they were able to get one of their players down. So Quantum Rage is also going to be looking forward to that perfect conversion and rivalry converted into a point for themselves. But it seems like T20 QWERTY are going to be in the backlines, and Voltrix goes all the way down to almost 15 to 10% HP. That perfect spray from Dolan definitely was on point, but that will not be converted into any knocks as of yet. But T20 QWERTY, they're on the run. They are not going to be stopping. R3G's knock goes down. FS's players are going to be very close to the vicinity. Mom2 goes down as well. At the same point of time, Black, he is perfectly cooking up that nade, but at the same point of time, in his house, in his compound, he has not been aware enough, because his compound has been breached. There's one player who's actually entered this entire area, and now FS, all fight is going to be for them, and the conversion from their side is all based on the utility approach. Utility definitely is being played to perfection, and with that, the SKS in his hand is going to be jumping in long, and come on, just one spray, that's all that was needed for FS, but this has turned into a very sad conversion for FS, where Malik and Black, they're trying their level best, but R3G, they're playing with the mines, changing positions again and again, and of course the auditory cues is what FS is left to deal with, where they have absolutely no idea how exactly those utilities can be played to perfection from their side, and they are at a losing streak for now.
Oh, they certainly are, but look at Regicide finally decide that this is the moment to strike, and there you go, put the final nail in the coffin, and FS, they are put 6 feet under. And at this point, you know, T20 Regicide did manage to just lose out on a shot. And I believe, Lakshay, you had a thought?
No, I'm sorry. I just looked at the zone after this fight and everything that I'm seeing. I looked at the map and the zone. As you were mentioning, right? It is not going to be favoring the northern teams, not going to be favoring the southern teams, because it's pretty much in the center of that Giorgio bridge, where look at BABLU, the way BABLU have set themselves up. Two-man split from both the bridges. Yeah, that sort of mind play that is being showcased from BABLU's side is ooh la la perfection, but they now need to convert that position into points, and a lot of pressure that they're going to have to deal with, because again, 15 teams are still part of this entire saga, 56 players, a lot that is going to be on the line for these teams, but yep, the pressure is on. Third zone, 14 minutes in.
Oh yeah, and at this particular moment, I mean, this is what I was talking about, the drama, the nerves, you know, just yeah, trembling, you know, where you have no idea where the circle's gonna go. Is it gonna go to the northern area? Because now I think we have 60% of it on that northern side. So teams on the junction around it, I think Team BABLU, they're gonna benefit majorly from it. What they're basically trying is to gatekeep all these teams trying to get inside that northern side. So this could go either ways. If one of their players even gets knocked out, it's over, done and dusted for Team BABLU. But T20 QWERTY, in a mood of vengeance, have finally started getting that one finish over there for themselves. The start was quite shaky, but right now they're at the right tracks. But the work is not yet over, because they also have to make sure that they have to get inside the circle somehow.
They most certainly do, and that is where the entire... So again, for this Erangel game, the entire fight is going to be based on how you situate yourself in the zone and how the zone is going to be dictating the fight for you.
A little bit, you know, few shots just here and there, nothing much. It's all about a patience game, right? Feels like a game of chess, just waiting for the opponent's move. In this case, however, waiting for the gods' move. Where do they decide to send the circle? Because you could see a plethora of teams coming in from that eastern side, and that is where Quraysh, Magnus, T20, QWERTY and Quantum Rage are, and they're very close to each other. And oh, serious, did his buggy just flip? Somehow manages to recover, but is it gonna be enough? So, making his way out, but Goku, the friend, coming into the aid of his teammate out there, but serious, despite all that, gets taken down courtesy to Gangster, who's made his second appearance today. I think he's been replacing Khan, who's been unwell, and despite the Team T20 QWERTY, somehow have been holding on to their horses.
Well, again, that was just timed to perfection from the side of QWERTY as they made that rotation and were able to spot down the player. At the same point of time, when it comes to how the conversion is going to be for T20 QWERTY, it is still up for debate, because they are still at the edge. They've made it, but they still need to get furthermore into the zone. 52 Esports this time around, they still do have all the 4 players as they make that rotation from the northern side. They were the first ones to make that rotation from the shooting range, but right now it's going to be I8 against H2E, and AKM in the hand of Assad is just not going to be helping him out, or will it? Well, again, it will not, because it is Blade to the rescue of his team and pushes on along towards the positioning of H2E's Assad. He goes down. Hian is going to be the man who's going to be in the process once again from Blade, and of course, that Lambo pushes himself through, and that's going to be in the hands of course, Ghost, if I'm not mistaken, and that in turn is going to be perhaps the quickest conversion for the side of I8, where H2E, now they are at the receiving end. Of course, Tarzan along with his teammate Jaideep are going to be on the run, and I8, they have no trouble at all dealing with this fight, and this spray that was anticipated from H2E to have gone in their way has definitely, gone against them, has been stolen away from them. The position is now favoring I8.
What do I say? I mean, just the moment you're thinking maybe I8 is gonna keep on with this slower approach they had with that first chicken dinner in Miramar. They were like, nah, let's just notch it up, not just 1 gears but 3. And right now they're at gear number 5. The way they've been playing, they look nigh unstoppable. But for now, the other teams over here, the circle has indeed taken that northern shift. It is going to be such a tough and straining task for all these teams to make their way inside the zone, especially with Team BABLU keeping a very keen watch on them. They have all their players alive or that remain. But for now, there has been a breach. TUF, they're being pushed upon. They're the players of Team Star, and they were holding on to the Mount Everest for a long while, but they now know that the circle hasn't been favoring them. Edgar trying to reposition himself, and so is Virus trying to do that, where you've got Avenger from the backlines just helping TUF out, giving them enough room to breathe and get that res up at the very least.
Absolutely. Esports jumped to the rescue pretty much right there with the third-party approach in that fight, where Team Star as well as TUF, they're going to be given a little bit of a breather. At the similar time, the one man who's going to be separated from the squad of TUF is going to be Joker, who is out towards the bridge side. Now, he's keeping a very close eye towards the teams that are going to be making that rotation, but at the same time, his teammates are in a very tricky position where, of course, their compound is being shredded on upon from the side of Team Star, and Team Star Sultan pushed on, but that nade did not do much. Now, again, it is all boiling down towards the utility usage between both of these teams. A lot of smoke has been created, so the information is not going to be connected related between both of these teams. But will that be enough? Because after all, they've taken care of all the third parties, but they still need to deal with the fact that their compound, TUF's compound, is being thrashed on upon with 4 players. And again, for TUF, the 2 players that we were talking about for the cover, Thor and Joker, they are out towards the bridge. So a very tough conversion for TUF right now.
Oh, the S12K in all its might and glory, but God Fury certainly was quick enough to dodge that as TUF decide to step out of the compounds at this very moment. Now Team Star, they've taken it over. But for now, the trouble is not yet over as Virus just comes out. God Fury just peeking in, but cracks his head open as TUF. They've lost out on 2 of their players, Joker and Thor, last 2 members. They somehow did make it inside the circle, at least for now. But now their only mission in life is try and gatekeep all these teams, especially Team Star, to not get inside the zone whatsoever. But with the circle favoring the lads of Team BABLU heavily, having 4 of their players alive, it is going to be really interesting to see if they're the ones who's going to come out as the victors of this game.
Indeed, and talking about the zone from this game, what a perfect conversion from the zone as far as this day is concerned. Being the final day of week 1, the zone has brought in a lot of chaotic conversion, and with that, of course, the team's not looking too good because we still do have 13 teams remaining and 3x right now as we do have on our screens, trying to make that rotation, but sadly they were seen and caught from 52Esports' players. Joker tried his level best, but again he's being sprayed on upon from Magnus's players as Magnus make that rotation. Now Magnus themselves need to be a little bit careful. They are outside the zone, and their position as they made that rotation was also seen from the side of I8 as well. Now Magnus, as they make this rotation, they are getting sprayed on upon from 52Esports as well as the others, but can they deliver this in points? Because they already have the momentum working for themselves. 5 defeat points is what Magnus has been able to accumulate. Takes his 2 player Miracle and Kratos have a lot of smoke that they've been able to put forward, but 52Esports on the other backline that we were part of, Magnus Esports, will be able to annihilate them faster, and then the only 2 players surviving. Finisher was lost to the cause earlier from I8, and now Drawlin also goes down. Magnus not looking likely to be able to convert this game for themselves, but again, that is up for debate because we still have an opportunity that can arise. For now, the teams that are looking very much advantageous in terms of their control is going to be I8 from the northern side of the zone. On our screen is going to be Esports' players pushing on against the players of 2-man army from the side of 3x, and 3x is Miracle, not only one, but will be able to bring down 2 more players down and still be able to make a run for it as Kratos is in the backlines taking on the spray and the, of course, anger from Esports.
Miracle certainly has been making those miraculous plays, right? He is fearless at this very moment, and Pika anticipating where IQ is as IA decide to go after H2V. They've already reduced them to a 2-man squad as JD. He's just not being shot from one direction but multiple, and in this situation survived with a sliver of HP as Tarzan he needs to come to his aid. And from elsewhere, Zibyan is the one who gets that beautiful knock and finally puts a stop to this unstoppable phenom that we know of as Team I8.
Indeed, as they are going to try and just completely hunker down the position of H2E. Just a two-man army that we saw from H2E earlier as well. We do have Tarzan and Jaydeep trying to hold on as long as they possibly can in this compound. But I8 from one side, Magnus from the rear. It is not looking good for H2E. But at the same time, you talk about the zone moving away. It is favoring the team of BABLU. 4-man army of BABLU with 2 elimination points of their own, looking very comfortable in the zone. At the same time on our screens, we do see I8 players just push on through into the compound. Tarzan goes down. Jaydeep, the only final player who is going to be surviving from the side of H2E. There's no way he's going to be able to get that revival done with 0 finish points for H2E. The only thing they can work towards right now is that placement point, which again is going to be stolen away because the smoke wall is definitely going to be dissipating, and just like that, his position will be spotted on upon as well. If he has a utility, this is the perfect time for it to be used. At the same time, oh, that was close! That was so close!
No way. JD, he's gonna be thanking his stars in the situation. Ozem had no idea. Oh, now he's just gonna be petrified, really angered, as now IQ finally has some information, gets that finish, but the job has been done. Ozem, he's been reduced to ashes, as now Team BABLU, they are susceptible to a breach coming in by Team Star. Are they prepared? That's the big question though.
They need to. BABLU needs this. They are sitting on the first page without the chicken dinner working in their favor. On the other front, we move back towards Magnus's players. A 2-man army taking on shots against the players of I8 as they dwindle the numbers from I8 down to a 2-man army. And those perfectly set up nades are definitely going to be pushing I8 back a little bit. Maybe Blade goes down, and Blade will definitely go down with that. Again, a trade being showcased. So Magnus against I8. A 1v1 situation is what this is. Faster against Blade, I believe. No, Blade has already gone down to his teammate. But right now, it is all down to Faster, and he will definitely connect those shots. I8 get eliminated. 4 teams do remain, and this is where Magnus are gonna have to try and get that teammate revived up again. But all in all, BABLU looking very comfortable. The zone favoring them, the compound going to be their cover. At the same point of time, the numbers, the 4 players that are surviving, they're all, and look at that, cherry on top is going to be the loot crate that will be set up for them. And again, this is just the perfect game that BABLU were waiting for, and that has what has been given to them on this Erangel.
So enticing, so alluring, that rocket is right in front of you. The moment you do that, you are, fighting with the devil of death. But for now, Team BABLU, I think they really have a good position. I think this is in the bags. All 4 of their players alive, 9 finishes strong. I don't think there is a world where they can let it slip past away, unless and until they just have 4 of their players just walking around with their guns holstered. But for now, TUF did make it into the top 3. I do not know how they did that, but yes, that is real. Zibyan taking some massive amount of damage, but still nothing to really sweat Team BABLU at this given moment.
Indeed, this game is done and dusted for Team BABLU, of course. For now, we are in the 7th zone as we look at it, 25 minutes in, and just like that, Zen going to be giving away his position, and of course, there's no way he's going to be able to make that rush and push towards this compound, which is definitely favoring Team BABLU, and now this is the moment that, of course, Zibyan was waiting for. But hey, let's keep in mind that one player from TUF is still waiting, and that's going to be Joker Sir, and that's going to be on the right-hand side of Zibyan. Now, if Joker Sir wants, there we have it. He's utilizing that position and the rush from BABLU to his advantage, and he's just slowly creeping across that road, where earlier if he would have done so, he would have been spotted. But again, right now the intention for BABLU is to just dominate against the positioning of Magnus, and there we have it. Faster, the final player surviving, will go down from the blues itself. He will not be able to give away, he will not be rather giving away that point. And before the Faster goes down, he will take down one player. Nevertheless, the teammates are right there, so survival is going to be, a revival is certainly going to be given. But this is it, BABLU, the game that they were waiting for. This is theirs for the taking. Uh-oh!
Suddenly,
Sir.
tables have turned.
What has happened? What has happened? 1v1 is what this has turned out to be. Wow, fixes.
I have no freaking clue. Team BABLU! Almost did mess it up, but will not this time. Somehow. Just knowing where Joker was and capitalizing on it. Almost let that chicken dinner slip away. Aye. But still, they come out victorious, glorious with this chicken dinner. 11 eliminations. And for a moment, I thought they were getting a little overwhelming with how they went in for the push. They were sort of starting to wonder if it was just a 3-man squad and could have paid a hefty price. And TUF Joker applauds to him, commends to him the way he played towards that very end, waited for the right opportunistic moment, saw out everything. And yeah, it was just getting into cover at the final lick of moment. Had he not done that, this chicken dinner could have just slipped out of their hands like thin sand. But somehow they've managed to recover. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to push for a short little break. We'll be right back with the post-game analysis. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after this short little break. Of course, making no further delays, had to be Zibyat saving the day for Team BABLU towards that very end. And this time, of course, joining along with me, Shadow. I mean, were you a bit scared for BABLU towards the very end?
I was actually surprised the way things turned around for the last player of TUF Joker Sir with that info 16. He was knocking down players of Team BABLU one after other, but Zibian being the MVP, 7 elimination. But in the end, yes, Team BABLU kept their calm and composure. They were able to spot out Joker Sir over there, and they got a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting game. I mean, we did discuss about it, right? The prospects of the circle going a little bit towards the northern side, which eventually it did, right? Had it gone towards the south, maybe it could have been a TUF game, but TUF nonetheless. But yeah, I mean, Zibian was one of those players who was doing all that hard, heavy lifting for Team BABLU this time. And we've been talking about how deep their roster runs, right? We know that these players are capable of so much more. And once they get their hands hot and running, it's so difficult to stop them. But again, Team Magnus' Zen, they did play their hats out. Third position finish, in fact, for them. As TUF's Joker, towards the end, had he got those few more, the last final touch could have been theirs for the winning. But it's all right. It's A-okay. They're just going to get one step closer to Quantum Rage. But Blade, he'd been phenomenal again, and Blade Ghost, this duo is certainly turning out deadly. As we take a look at the match rankings over here, ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, Team BABLU walking out with that chicken. 26 points earned for themselves. Magnus at the second position. TUF at the third, just considering the eliminations advantage that Magnus had, as a result of which, why they're on the second spot.
Certainly, but I'm impressed the way Regicide have been doing a comeback since day number 3. They are again on the 4th position in the standings right now in this particular match with total of 12 points in their favor. But Team I8, well, they got a chicken dinner in the first match. This time also good amount of points in their favor, but nothing to worry because they are still on the top of the leaderboard. But TMW, Quraysh Esports were the teams they were that were taken out pretty early in the game.
Oh yeah, they certainly were, and it was kind of weird to see because these were the teams that were performing so well. We were talking about them finally getting some momentum, getting a really good start, and suddenly it just goes all away. And this is what I've been talking about, right? You just cannot come in those 1-2 games and play your hearts out. You have to be consistent, and that is something that both TMW and Quraysh need to realize.
Certainly. In fact, Quraysh Esports in this particular game, they were in a good position also because Team BABLU, well, they were definitely placed on the northern island over there. Quraysh Esports was trying to come from the eastern side. They could have backstabbed the players of BABLU and grabbed that potential spot and maybe go for the winner chicken dinner, but things didn't work in their favor. But it was Team BABLU that got a chicken dinner. But what happened to the players of QWERTY also? Because QWERTY also was not having a very good time this time.
Oh yeah, I mean T20 QWERTY, like we've been discussing, right? Playing without the IGL, it's been a little downhill ride for them, and I hope really they recover pretty soon. And it's all right. I mean, it's always important to have your players at their peak optimum performance, and I think it's a recovery time that's going in for Khan. We really hope he gets back into action, because without King Khan, you know, things are really not complete with Team QWERTY, because right from the very start, he's been such a crucial element for this team. And it all just came down to that. Had he connected that shot on Zibian, right? That one bullet, this could have been a chicken dinner confirmed. Just barely missing out. Zibian patching himself up, knowing this time exactly, had that little bit of a rock to play around with, repositioned himself, and that is how he got that final elimination, and hence the chicken dinner went in BABLU's way. But taking a look at the damage graph, Magnus had been making a lot of noise, and so have been Team BABLU, TUF, and even the players of Team I8.
Certainly. In fact, H2E, this time I expected much better the way they had a performance yesterday, but this time also they are failing to make any kind of impact. This day is very crucial. Every single game is very crucial for the players of Team H2E, North Esports, on all those teams who are somewhere still hanging around that bottom or middle of the leaderboard. But 3X Esports is also one of those teams that have been dishing out a lot of damage in this particular game, especially the fight that happened out there in the open area. But Quraysh Esports, again, not a very good performance. North Esports, QWERTY, all those names, well, not so good performance. But in overall standings, we again have I8 on the top of the leaderboard. But Magnus Esports, well, they have taken a leap of 1 point, and they're sitting on the second position with 206 points.
So things are really getting tight over here for that second position battle, right? Quantum Rage, a little bit far now. Magnus Esports, 2 back-to-back really good games. And they have gotten a good lead of 20 points over here. And Quantum Rage need to strike back, at least with vengeance, get that chicken dinner. Now this gives enough chance for Regicide to also recover, right? If Regicide have a good game in the next matchup, then you never know, they might be in good, in good contention to maybe contest for that 4th page. But Team BABLU, they have already climbed up 2 positions for themselves. But as we take a look at the bottom half of the table, this is where you see the Faulty Devils rising, even H2E after a little bit of a shaky start. They've also managed to hold on to that 14th spot. But North Esports gaining some ground with that 16-point move. 52 Esports finally taking a place up, not just passing over Metershot Sky.
Well, certainly, but they're still not in the top 12 where they want to be, or they tried to be yesterday, but today is still there. Triple Esports, this is a surprising name for me, because the way they are taking so many fights, this is shocking for me to see them on the bottom of the overall standings. But now is the time for Miramar. As we look at the schedule, the first match, I8 got a winner chicken dinner. Second match, Team BABLU was the one who got a chicken dinner for this themselves. But this time in Miramar, the group that will be sitting out is going to be Group C. That is going to be I8, Quantum Rage, and Faulty Devils, and Quraysh Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, finally the big dogs have been just let out. Just put a leash. You don't play this one. Let the others play. For a while, you already have a good lead. You can come the next 2 games later, and they have that Livik game, which they are, I think, 100% playing. I don't see a world where even they lose a spot for themselves. But for now, Shadow, predictions. Interesting matchup, Miramar. Who do you think is going to take this one home?
Okay, maybe I'll again lose on the prediction game, but the team that I want to dominate on Miramar is going to be Grounders, because the way they played in the spring, they were owning Miramar every single time, but this time they are failing to make an impact. Maybe in the last day of week 1, they can go with the same performance as they went in spring.
you're being a dreamer here. You're going with the grounders.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I think I would want to see Team Freestyle get one for themselves, especially the way Malik has been performing for his team, and ever since Black is back with the roster, they have been making a lot of waves, right? We did see that chicken dinner that Freestyle were really missing out on, and the way they've been playing today, I really have high expectations from these lads. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think are going to be turning out as the victors of this particular game? Because it's going to be an interesting one. A Miramar game, we all love Miramar, especially I do. It's really close to my heart, and a lot of you might disagree. A lot of you might be all about Erangel, which brings me in a position to ask, Shadow, what's your favorite map?
Oh, Erangel. Always Erangel and Sanhok. Never Miramar.
Erangel fangirls.
Even Sanhok also. I love Sanhok, but I hate Miramar. Playing around those terrains, it's so damn difficult, and driving, well, it's tedious.
Thank goodness you haven't entered the competitive arena yet, because if you would have, never would you have said about Sanhok, because it gets so dirty sometimes, with how the fights kind of ensue, right? How the fights begin. It's just fighting. Maybe you thought, finally we wiped out the best team in the lobby, and suddenly, where did that come from? You just get third party. So many snakes, scorpions, beetles, whatever you call it. Oh, Sanhok is a very deadly map, of course. But what's even more deadly would be Livik, because it's even smaller. It's gonna end faster, and it's gonna be action throughout. Hence, we do have 12 teams to balance things out. I'm getting geared up. I made sure that I am doing the final game because I want to see what these teams are up to. But for now, the entire storyline over here is Magnus. They are taking that little bit of a lead, but now is a perfect chance now for the other teams also to come in, as it is the moment, baby. We are entering into the battlegrounds once again, into the deserts of Miramar, where teams have already started to take a plunge.
Well, certainly, and the team that is going towards the side of ruins is going to be the players of Team 52 Esports. Even Team Grounders have taken a jump. Let's see where they are headed. Maybe towards the side of Crater Field, Metershot Sky, the team that is not performing in the entire week. Well, they are headed towards the side of La Cobre area. Let's see if this time they can turn things around in their favor and have a game they are wanting in the standings in terms of the points, and their fans are wanting from them or expecting from them. But up until now, they are not making any kind of impact.
Yeah, they're not making yet, but they can do. And let's see what happens. But for now, what I'm really excited for is where the circle is going to take a shift, because no big changes over here, at least as of now. Los Leones, we're going to see which team heads over, because like we discussed, Team I8 is not going to be partaking in this game. TUF and Team BABLU right now, they're really close to each other, but eventually they're going to move their own ways, and we've seen this southern circle also, but not so much inclined towards that western side, because during those initial days of Miramar, we saw those circles kind of tilting towards that eastern side. So this is again one of those games that TUF or maybe BABLU can again massively benefit from.
Certainly it can happen, but the curveball that the circle throws, it can go on either of the directions. So we don't know for sure if Team BABLU can be in the advantage. But yeah, sure, we want that to happen, because BABLU is also one of the team that used to own Miramar, and they just had a winner chicken dinner for themselves. That also means they are running high on the confidence. So this time maybe they can be on the top, but TUF, like you also mentioned, right, they are somewhat on the epicenter of the circle, so rotations are going to be pretty easy for this particular team.
Oh yeah, I think relatively 100%. Now dropping off at Chumacera has its own fair share of advantages, right? TUF have so much ground to cover, and they'll have that vision, and this is one of those teams that loves to have that altitude advantage to themselves. But talking about a little bit of traffic around those Los Leones cities, we do have North Esports, we do have Triple Esports as well, and it's just not about them. Team Star somewhere around Puerto Paraiso, as Triple, they are trying to make their way towards Impala. Even R3D is in the nearby contention, and Magnus are a little bit spread apart. Now this could also lead to a potential fight brewing between them and Freestyle.
Well, certainly. Magnus, although they had a very good outing in the previous Erangel, the way they were coming from the northern side, they had very good elimination points, total points in their favor also. But Freestyle is one of the team that need those points right now because they had few of the games in their favor where they over dominated the lobby. But other than that, they have been having a decent performance. Nothing to much complain about. Yes, few bad games were there for every single team, and so for the plus of Freestyle also. But 3x, this is one of the team that kind of tends to lose their player during the rotation, and in the map of Miramar specifically, they need to be a bit careful.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. And 3x, I think Miracle is one of those players that we really have to discuss about, right? Every single time, no matter what the situation is, he somehow does so much for his team, right? In terms of getting those frags. I love the way he handles himself in those moments, in those micro fights, right? Those little movements, those instant knocks, then repositioning, then firing back, getting just not one but multiple eliminations for his team. And he's certainly one of those players to watch out for. Has been an interesting prospect. I really wonder how much of a depth does he have as a player.
Well, certainly. In fact, when all his teammates are taken out pretty early in the game, Rickle is the guy who is surviving till the end, grabbing those position points for his team and for himself as well. So he is definitely the one to watch out for. And yes, he did pull out a very good performance on day number 1, if I'm not wrong. But talking about Team Quoty, well, they had also their fair share of very good games in their favor when they were having good elimination points also. But right now, the team that is going for a late rotation are going to the plus of Metershot X Sky, who are trying to move from the side of Cruz de Valle. So they are going to face a lot of resistance if they're heading for an early rotation right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, there will be, right? Especially looking at this particular circle. Now, you have to get in. Now, the only way you do is kind of break it through maybe TmwEsports or Power Grid. Because if you do not do that, then you're in a mess. And that even shuts down that possibility if the grounders are the quicker ones. But looking at, taking a look at the mini-map, we do have, at least for us, we do have 52 esports making all the way from the ruins area from that western side, trying to enter in. As TUF, they've also managed to secure a good stable ground for themselves. But for now, R3D Esports, somewhere kind of sandwich position between Team Magnus and PMPL Esports. They're traversing their way in, trying to find a good ground for themselves.
Well, certainly there can be a situation of a third party for R3D, but the team that is looking pretty comfortable are going to be plus of North Esports. They are in the city of the Los Leones area, urban city of Los Leones. Even the plus of Team Star are pretty comfortable as they have a residency on Puerto. That is going to be a safe position to hold on to. But the team that is in a split position, and if the circle goes a little southwards, they are going to take a huge advantage out of it, is going to be H2E, as Jaydeep is perfectly placed on that bridge area.
Oh yeah, I mean JD, or maybe you call him Johnny Sins, whatever. Yeah, he's been so instrumental for his team. Now 3x Esports, we just discussed about them. I think they did have a really good Miramar start today, with Miracle really playing out of his minds. They're one of the opportunistic bunch, wait for the right moment to strike, and once the opponents are vulnerable at their worst, that is where they just decide to charge in. There was a very interesting fight where TUF and TFT were just engaging against each other, and suddenly out of nowhere 3x comes to spoil the party. But for now, TMW, they do not know where they're heading, but still the sprays out at Rollin. He needs to recover, somehow still alive, still standing, and manages to secure a knock. And Reaper, I do not know what happened to his confidence over there, but he surely did mess up. Now Rollin, he's gonna patch himself up, but the trouble is not yet over.
Definitely. In fact, the way Magnus are out there, they are definitely picking up fight with the plus of TMW from the back lines. Even Team FS can also do a third party, although they are a little far away right now. But the moment they are going to hear any kind of commotion, they're definitely going to do a third party. But somehow Faster is surviving those grenades that are coming from the side of Big Boss. But Big Boss, he's still in a very bad spot, I'll say, or maybe he can pull it off because the minute Drolin is going to expose himself or come out in the open, I think Big Boss can take him down, and if he manages to do so, I think things can turn in his favor.
Oh, things definitely can. Look at Big Boss. Has this smoke spread across? Still unaware of all those movements being made. But Drolin, he's kind of not really wanting to peek around, but rather just goes rushing in. Team Magnus, they need to create those perfect flank angles, which I think Zen is already going to do. And Big Boss still proning in. I do not know if Drolin is aware of that. This given moment, as Finisher just comes out, gets a knock on towards Hasu, who's made an entry to this tournament right now. Drolin spotting out Big Boss. Will have to want to reposition himself, showing his back to the enemies. Still not really capitalized as TmW's Big Boss decides to march inside this open warehouse. And the big question is, can he get the knock, Shadow?
I think he can. He's going to switch to AKM rather, but right now in front of him is not just Drolin. Along with Drolin are going to be his teammates as well, specifically Foster, who is trying to patch himself up, but now he's going to make that rush towards Big Boss from two different directions. Although Big Boss managed to take down Drolin, but Foster was quick to pull the trigger, takes him down. That means TmW is up for a trouble, and Magnus Esports, well, they are looking very good in this situation.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. They do have the situation under control. Nothing really worrying about them, at least for now. But next up, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this particular game, because TUF still have that epicenter to themselves. 3x Esports, they're heading their way, and TUF, they are reeking of vengeance at this point. In the meanwhile, T20 decide to chime in, take a few shots at the players of Magnus, who are all out in the open in tatters at this point. Gangsta, he's been, well, his appearance today, he's shown that, but hasn't really made his presence felt, as QWERTY did get eliminated in the blink of an eye. Surely missing out all of those calls from their IGL at this point. I really hope things get in line for T20 QWERTY, because you can see that a little bit of a hesitance coming in from their players. Now, considering the fact that this is such an aggressive squad, and still them deciding to play it safe, shows that now suddenly they're starting to feel the pressure.
They are feeling the pressure, but Gangsta is the guy who's holding on to that little angle. He's all by himself, but Gravity and Voltrix are trying to focus on the other direction. But Team Magnus, well, they just had a fight with the players of TmW, and Kurma is still in the hiding, who can also chime in and ruin the game of either of these teams. So anything can happen. So Magnus needs to be a bit careful. 3 defeat points already in their favor. In fact, they have a good compound for themselves also. But the team that is trying to move inside Los Leones are going to be the players of Metershot Sky.
Metershot Sky again. This team, they've been going through a rough phase, and now they're finally trying to come inside the circle. They, however, deciding to take that northeastern route for themselves. But 52 Esports' Daku, he's trying to scar the land, especially for players right in front of them. 52 Esports might just be in contention against the players of the Grounders over here, and could spot out Jalsa. Maybe it's a 3-1 split for them, and the Grounders too have that little bit of a high ground advantage. But 52 Esports, they're also, you know, not far away, just trying to tap a few shots with that suppressor on that M16, and the sound is so soothing to the ears.
Certainly it is. It is Info16. But talking to the teams, the placement inside the circle, majority of the teams are somewhere on the southern side of the circle. And if by chance circle takes a curveball towards the northern side, all the teams that are going to be benefited by are going to be Magnus Esports, in fact Stream 3x also. But TUF, well, they are right now on the other side of the ridge area, and Mary is pretty much aware that there is a team right there. But the good thing is 3x, and right now they have improved their gameplay. Instead of taking fights out there in open, taking unnecessary risk which they used to, they are avoiding all that situation. They are just gathering the intel. They try to judge if they are in the best spot or not, and then they go for the fights. But the circle, well, it has taken a sudden shift.
Indeed it has. Now at this moment, right, I think Team BABLU, they're going to be taking over the southern areas, right? You've got few of those dunes to work around with, few of the crevices to play around. It's a little bit open though, that circle. But if you have the good cover for yourself, then you're really good to go. Freestyle in the meanwhile, they're trying to enter in from that eastern side. Team Regicide and 52 Esports might lock on any single moment.
They can, certainly can, and so many teams who are going for the rotation, they might cross paths with each other, specifically the players of Team Regicide and 52 Esports, like you mentioned. Even from the backlines, Team Grounders are also making their move. They can also do a third party, or maybe they can be gatekeeped by some other team. So there are so many possibilities as the circle has taken a shift. Everyone is trying to squeeze inside the circle, grab that potential and the best spot. So let's see which team is going to the first one to get that spot.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be really challenging, because we've been talking about that, right? It being a certain circle, everyone sort of vying to get a good position for themselves, and there you have Khan getting knocked out, being finished off. I was starting to wonder he's not playing. Now, could be Khan 420 though, but it's so confusing at this moment. But regardless, 3x Esports. North Esports, Roshan. Well, they have that open warehouse to themselves, and we have to see what do they make out of it. North Esports at this point, Triple Esports just heading their way, and Maxi. It's gonna be interesting because Freestyle. Now this is a team that I really did pick. I hope they do not get, they do not mess things up. But Khatir, we kind of witnessing that a little bit of an proactiveness coming out from Metershot X Sky. This time they're not the ones always the ones trying to defend the compounds. They're the ones being the aggressors, and that is a step in the right direction, right? Kind of takes away that little fear that creeps in every time a squad pushes you. Just kind of blank out. As we speak of, Black has taken some damage maybe from the utils out there, as Halsey really coming out of the smoke. In the meanwhile, Khatir lands a beautiful grenade onto its Momtu, and Freestyle, they look to be in trouble as Black also falls down.
Well, certainly, and Halsey can get a confirmation as well. I mean, all this commotion, Malik is the guy who can be the game changer for the players of Team Freestyle, as he's having a height advantage and beautiful damage. He has been dishing out to Khatir. Khatir, he has a hard cover for himself, but from the backlines, Halsey is going to come in and help his teammates take down Malik as well. This is the moment when FPS is crumbling down, and Team Metershot Sky, they are looking very good as Black also goes down. Instead of healing, he went for the vehicle. This was just a matter of single bullet that Khatir landed onto him, and Black has been taken down, and Vasi is going to the last man standing, and all the players of Team Metershot Sky, specifically 2 players, are rushing towards him.
Oh yeah, I mean, Halsey, he knows what he's doing at this moment, and Vasi seems to be helpless as Halsey puts an end to him. As Freestyle, they're the first team to get eliminated, and I must say that my curse is definitely real. I need to stop predicting, but take a look at the circle. Now, a little bit towards that northern side, really favoring the lads from TUF and Magnus as well, because now they want to get inside the zone. But TUF have a good watch at their direction. But taking a look, it seems like... Alright, I mean, it's kind of so confusing. I really thought that T20 QWERTY did not have Kang playing. I thought maybe Gangsta came in. Now, Gangster seems to be another player altogether. What's going on, Shadow? I can't really keep track of things now.
What if right now they need to be careful, because in the map I can already see the players of TUF, specifically Joker sir, is shooting in the direction. I think he's the guy who has taken Gangster down. That means QWERTY is surviving with low numbers, and the other team that is also kind of trying to cross paths with QWERTY are going to be Regicide, and in this situation QWERTY is definitely not looking good at all, as TUF Thor is going to take down another player from their side.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point it's going to be interesting. The Grounders, this is the team that you were rooting for, and Draken, or rather Shapatar, he's taken a little bit of damage. Gravity somehow managing to knock down Knock there as 3x Miracle. He's a player. He's been making magic lately. The way he's been performing. Now wants to go after the other players. In fact, taking too much on his plate. Going after 52 Esports as well. Right now, Team 3x Have they spotted them out? That's the big question. Even T20 QWERTY have few players knocked down for themselves, as Gravity needs to get that rest back up. But Joker is going to be relentless. Would want to, of course, try to lob a few grenades as the Grounders decide to want to retreat, because they feel like they're kind of in a sandwich situation, because it's 52 Esports on one side. Again, it is 3x on the other, as well. Baz is taking quite some hefty damage, and Pain somehow managing to survive, as the trades do come in real handy.
And the guy that is only surviving from this tire of Regicide is going to be Baz. He had to make that hard decision to leave his fallen comrade to bleed to death, and he has been taken out from the lobby. That means Baz, a lone survivor for how long? That's the main question, because look at that. On the complete western side, so many fights are happening, so many teams are placed out there, and even for Gravity to come out from that situation is not going to be so easy, but they are going to find a defeat point onto Pain. With that, Pain bids bye-bye to his teammate, but Rounders are also suffering right there.
Oh yeah, indeed they are. Edgar making sure he gets that knock. Almost bled him. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is getting so very exciting. T20. I think at this point, I've got to make my assumptions that Gangsta is none other than Khan 420. Khan is playing. I was starting to wonder if the Khan 420 and Khan were different people. Now, I think it's making more a clear sense, rather being more vivid over here, as Daku getting shot even from his right hand side, as Voltrox right in front of him. Neither players of 52 Esports, everybody trying to find a good position inside the circle, not really succeeding though, as TUF still having a good decent advantage. Magnus have lost out on one of their players, and BABLU and Team H2B are in real close contention of each other.
Well, certainly. In fact, TUF are having the height advantage as well. They can gatekeep all these teams that are trying to move, but 3x Esports on the other side, TUF Edgar blows up the vehicle of the players of Team QWERTY out there, and Team QWERTY has been eliminated at 13th position, but MGS then also finds a confirmation onto Daku over there. With that, 52 Esports also bids bye-bye at 12th position. TUF, well, this is a team that is placed perfectly on the periphery of the circle for at least now this circle. On the side, Team BABLU, on the southern side, this is the opportunity to grab as many defeat points for themselves.
Oh yeah, but for now, Khan from H2E, he has all his sights set at Team Star, deciding to go their way. They're waiting for that one player who's out in the open, maybe a little bit of a misstep, and they want to capitalize on that situation. Kian lobbing that Molotov into perfection. Miracle just getting drawn out, and he needs to escape, as the Grounders, they're in a whole world of trouble because two of their players are already knocked out, and H2E, they just want to get those finishes, in which Team Star decide to march in and capitalize on that situation, as the circle has again taken a little bit of an even shift.
3x, well, they are pulling points on multiple fronts, and they're winning every single one of them. But on the other side, H2E are the one who are falling down through the hands of the players of Team Star. Miracle, specifically 2 Miracles on the lobby, and they're definitely winning every fight right now. On the other side, R3D also finds no confirmation onto the players of Team Magnus Esports. But Team Star, they have to move inside the circle as well. Osma has been taken down. He's already bleeding out. The revival is very crucial at this situation, and Team Star Enver player has been lost, and that means God Fury has to make that hard decision whether to revive his teammate or whether to prioritize the circle.
Oh yeah, it's of course going to be a little bit of a tough nut to crack. You've got to make your calls, and you do not have enough time, because we do have the 6th circle forming in front of us anytime soon. Again, a little bit of an even shift, a little tinge of twist towards that eastern side. But look at Teen Wolf, he knows about the presence of 3x Esports, but a little helpless because he just can't let loose, right, without engaging a third party. I do not know if this smoke was really the best of ideas, because kind of gives so much of your position away. Of course, he wanted to reposition himself, but how long can he survive? That is something that I'm wondering at this point.
Well, Danny, for now he's surviving, but Triple Esports, they have the height advantage, but R3D Destroyer is placed perfectly inside the circle. He can become the anchor for his teammate Hawk to move inside, but Hawk, least does he know that Triple Esports, Rex has his eyes set onto him, and the minute he's going to come out in the open, Rex will be ready with the Tempo 1-6 to pour fuel lit onto him, and that is exactly where the problem begins for Hawk. But 3x on the other side, they are still trying to move inside the circle, but first they have to deal with the players of Team North Esports as well as the players of Team BABLU.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. And for now, it's going to be interesting to see what they can pull out from over here. Triple Esports trying to march their way inside the circle with Team Magnus right in front of them. It's going to be such a tough task, but still they're relentless. In the meanwhile, Finisher gets that knock on towards Mary from 3x Esports as Maxi will put down Miracle. Now that's a huge blow for 3x to recover at this point, as Kratos, he's also been put down as the final survivor Tyrant is going to be helplessly trying to get his players back alive, but maybe he's not going to be given that chance, that opportunity at this point. Now we've got Zameen, rather Ness from North Esports, dishing out some good amount of damage as he gets taken down by Net.
TUA, the 2v2 split they were going for definitely not working for them right now, because from the one direction Magnus Esports are trying to put few pressure on to them. From other side, the players of Triple Esports are also falling down, and Faster is the one who's looking for a confirmation onto Rex out there, and he's going to soon find it. But Magnus Esports, well, they're still in a good position, 8 defeat points for themselves, but they still have to deal with the last player of Team Triple Esports, that is going to be Hunter out there. But Zen has been taken down by the players of North Esports. Roshan is looking for a confirmation, but he has to go for the rescue onto his fallen comrade also. But they also need to patch up really fast, and with that, Triple Esports has been eliminated at 7th position.
Oh yeah, Triple Esports, I mean, they did manage to get their fair share of knocks. It wasn't really enough, as Team TUF, you could see they have got it up and running for them, but do not have the best of the players to defend this beautiful game that could be theirs had they had more player alive. But for now, Team Magnus, well, with the situation they are in right now, still survived by 3 players, and the battle for that second spot is getting really intense. And Faster does manage to get that confirmation onto its Tyrant, which does mark the end of the run for 3x Esports, at least in this particular game. But for now, Finisher is just trying to tap his way away with his AKM, does connect 2 bullets over there, does dish out some substantial amount of damage, as Maxi from North Esports has been taken out, dealt by the players of Team BABLU, as Teen Wolf might face Zameen any moment now.
Well, Teen Wolf is placed in a perfect position to get a confirmation onto the players of Team North Esports, and is definitely going to do that. And in the process, he's going to find one more knock, but Teen Wolf has been taken down. That means revival and rescue is very crucial in this situation for Danny to pick up his fallen comrade, as Roshan is doing so on his teammate. But Team Magnus, they are still looking very comfortable. Faster, he has an idea where Destroyer is, and he's going to put an end to him as well. That means 3 teams still competing for the top spot for that winner chicken dinner for themselves, with Team Magnus having the highest numbers advantage.
Oh, they certainly do, and this could be the game that gets them that chicken dinner up and running, as Drolin is getting bashed by those grins coming his way, as TUF mark the way in. Faster getting spotted out, Thor just spraying all those bullets, but from elsewhere it's gonna be the players of North Esports who are gonna end the run for TUF, as they're gonna be a little bit more disappointed in that situation, as now North Esports really capitalizing, and we have seen them getting that first chicken dinner off Miramar. Can they do it again, as Drolin makes a movement towards that direction, as the 7th circle might close in at any given moment, and Finish has been knocked out from the play zone. This is possible right now because Zameen has managed to knock out Faster. Now it all comes down to a 1v2 situation where Drolin, he's got to fend for himself.
Well, Drolin is the last guy standing. There is no time for the rescue onto Faster, and he can't go for the revivals. He has to go for a 1v2 situation against the players North Esports. In fact, North Esports, they were also right thin and thick of action for such a long time, and they've managed to survive. They've managed to take down few players of Team BABLU also, but they take down the last player of Magnus also, as they're hunting for him, looking for him. They know exactly where Drolin is. With that jump shot, they're going to put the final nail in the coffin and get that winner chicken dinner for themselves, which they were looking for from such a long time, and that is going to award them with 12th position in the overall rank as well.
Oh, indeed it is. And such a respite for North Esports at this point. 10 elimination game. It was a certain circle. I8 was not in the lobby. Did help them in making quick rotations. It was not really a hindrance. That back of the mind factor going on. And North Esports, I love the way they dealt with Team TUF the moment they were charging at Magnus's direction. But Magnus really fell down apart, faster getting knocked like that. It all came down to Drolin in that situation, and all he could do was just try to wait for the inevitable to happen, or maybe pull out a miraculous clutch, but maybe some other game. But Magnus, despite all that, still are looking so consistent, back to back good performances coming in from their side. I have been enjoying every single moment of watching Team Magnus play, and the same goes for TUF. So the battle for that top 2 is definitely in the mix with just 2 games remaining. Oh, it's gonna be so close.
Well, certainly it's going to be very close, but where exactly the teams are standing in the overall standings, we'll find out just after this short little break. So you guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is of course the Pakistan region Fall Split 2022, where indeed I've taken over the spot from Fixes, and of course we still do have a few more games remain before Bhavna we find out which those 12 teams are going to be. Joe, first time they're going to be playing the Livik map, right? So yeah, a lot will be on the line for that Livik map, but before we jump towards that, let's talk about what happened on the Miramar itself. And yes, North Esports once again in the limelight with a perfect, beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. Unbelievable.
Well, certainly it was unbelievable, but the way they were performing, it was kind of expected that they're going to have a very good outing in this one. But the guy who had a good outing, who is the MVP, is going to be faster from the side of Magnus Esports.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, I say unbelievable because the way North Esports was playing, there's a lot of ups and downs that do take place from the side of North Esports' play. But one thing now that can be brought down to consistent effort from their side is on the map of Miramar. Again and again, they do that perfectly by themselves and thus are able to get that chicken dinner not once but twice now on the map of Miramar. But along with that, of course, as we move towards the players to focus upon, we do have TUF's Edgar. Now TUF also played their cards right in this game, but little did anybody know that North Esports is going to be jumping along to the opportunity, and they did so in style as well.
Certainly, North Esports, Team Magnus Esports, even Team BABLU had a good outing in this one. But Zameen also from the side of North Esports, he was the guy dishing out so much damage out there with 4 eliminations. And even Miracle. Well, Miracle is always pulling off some kind of a miracle. But talking about the standings, well, definitely North Esports are on the top with 25 points, followed by Magnus Esports on second position with total of 24 points.
Absolutely, 12 finish points converted for the side of Magnus, and then comes in TUF on that third spot with 6 elimination points of their own. So again, a valiant effort being showcased from TUF, but R3D, a commendable approach from their side, finishing on the 4th with 4 elimination points. Decent conversion, of course, is what that will be called, with 12 points from a single game. But at the same point of time, teams that are still not able to perform well, the Grounders, FS kind of going in the shadow basically, H2E, T20 QWERTY are not having a good day today once again. A very tough luck situation when it comes down to, of course, the top 12 teams. Yes, they are looking good, the teams that I just named, but is that going to be enough? Because again, you want to be able to qualify with a rock solid performance on the day, and that is something that is kind of missing from a few of these names that are in the top 12. But never mind that, as we look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where the chaotic mess ensued right off the get-go in the first few minutes of the game itself. And this is where Magnus did participate, the first team to walk away with that first blood situation, moved all the way towards the second position by the end.
Well, certainly. In fact, FS also, this was a fight which could have turned in their favor had Malik chimed in the perfect time, but somehow Metershot Sky kind of eliminated them. And but later on, they were also taken out pretty early in the game. But talking about North Esports, their journey started by eliminating few of the players of Team 3X out there in the open. They had a few height advantage. In fact, I'm loving the way North Esports every time finds himself inside the circle. They're always in the best spot. They are trying to go for the position inside the circle, best position, and then take the fight. That is working in their favor.
It definitely is. They're able to read the zone very beautifully, as well as the teams that are making the rotation. That, especially on the map of Miramar, works out perfectly for them. And then they come out and this perfectly just convert that into a chicken dinner. But as we move through, of course, from this map of Miramar, let's have a look at the damage graph that was, of course, showcased from these teams. And I have to say, this was a pretty good outing for, of course, Magnus, as we clearly do see them rising up on top with that 2660 damage. But apart from that, the other teams definitely were part of the fight as well.
They were part of the fight, but I have to say, this was a one-sided domination that was coming from the side of Magnus Esports. Usually we see so many other teams also having high bars of damage, not of the elimination point, but this time it was completely a domination of, I think, North Esports, Magnus and TUF.
True, absolutely. But one thing that I can say for that is Group C. Because Group C is not part of this fight, right? Group C was not part of this game, where of course we do have I8 Esports, Quantum Rage, TFT, as well as Quraysh Esports missing from this map of Miramar. So again, from that we move towards the overall ranking. The storyboard itself clearly indicating the fact that I8 Esports is in a league of their own. They've played 18 games. They're going to be back again for the next 2 remaining ones, and of course they are easily going to be able to cross 300 marker. But moving away from there, let's start all the way from that 10th position. Right now, Freestyle is sitting over there. They are sitting at 128 points. Quite a big chunk of difference between them and Team Star itself. And again, the main reason I bring this up is because the next 2 remaining games, Freestyle is going to be playing. They need to get more points if they are to keep themselves in the top 12.
Well, certainly, but Team Star is the one that has impressed me. They were on the second page consistently. Right now, they are sitting on the 9th spot on day number 5. But North Esports also, they have taken a jump of 4 points in the overall ranking. Right now, they are in the 12th position, but still, I think the sword is still hanging. They have to be very consistent. Although they have got 2 chicken dinner. In fact, they are the only team on the second page with 2 chicken dinner for themselves, but still on the second page.
Well, again, if we talk about that chicken dinner team, then we do have the TmwEsports sitting on that 18th position with the chicken dinner, right? That is going to be 91 points for them. Now, again, they have the possibility right now, but at the same point in time, well, not in this game because they only have 1 more game remaining. The teams that we are looking at having played 19 matches already, they're left with just 1 game. And the teams that are sitting at 18 matches, viewers, are the ones who are going to be, of course, participating in the next 2 remaining games. And we will be seeing them again and again. But along with that, why do I say 2 games? Because only top 12 teams will qualify to participate on the map of Livik. And for now, we're going to be moving with match number 4, apologies for the day. That will be played on Sanhok, where Group B, TUF, QWERTY, Team Star, as well as TmwEsports are not going to be seen.
And the aggressive group, as you also said, Group C will be coming in. That means I8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports. In fact, Quraysh Esports were also showing very good performance today. So they are going to be coming in the Sanhok. So I think Sanhok is going to be very aggressive, considering we have all the aggressive and the top teams in the lobby.
True, that is very true, of course. But again, only one team is going to be, again, this is something that Fixes was mentioning while cast, right? While he was casting, where, of course, Sanhok is one of those maps where you just don't know where you're going to be caught on from. You might be looking very comfortable and really good because you've been at that same squad house for the previous 5 minutes, and you're like, all right, there's no team around in the vicinity. We don't have any auditory cues. We know for a fact that this is going to be ours. As soon as you jump out and you start walking towards the vehicle or that tuk-tuk, or just walking across to get from one side of the street to the other, and breach it a little bit on the map of Sanhok.
Well, certainly, Sanhok is one of the maps that is very unpredictable because, yes, teams are so close to each other. You have to be very careful. You have to be on your toes. Even if when you're going for a revival, you're picking up a fight with the team, your teammate has gotten down, and you're going for the rescues, or third team comes and get the confirmation as well. So anything can happen when it comes to Sanhok. But now is the time for prediction. Which team you think, Plotter, is going to get winner chicken dinner this time in Sanhok?
Okay. So for the map of Sanhok, we know that TUF, QWERTY, Team Star, and TMW are not participating. We definitely want to be able to see Freestyle, Regicide bring up their level of play a little bit more for sure. As far as, of course, Sanhok play itself is concerned, I was looking at how the games have been and how teams have performed. Now, in that, Magnus has come up many times. So I would want to choose Magnus once again. They are looking very much in form. So perhaps this could be a game that they can finally convert into a chicken dinner, because on map of Erangel they came in third with 12 finishes. On this map of Miramar they came in second with 12 finishes. So perhaps now on the map of Sanhok they'll walk away with a chicken dinner with 12 finishes.
Well, most certainly they
Fingers
can,
crossed.
because they are one of the consistent team. I'm not going to say their name because I kind of jinx the teams the moment I pick them. So the team I think can take a chicken dinner this time. Well, I'll pick a team from the bottom. At
tough
least
one.
I'm not jinxing. Yeah, it's very tough. It's
Okay.
very tough. I wanted to pick TUF, but the group is sitting out because TUF, when it comes to Sanhok, they're having a pretty decent
Right.
performance, especially on day number 1 also and day number 2 also. But I think, okay, I'll go with I+B Esports. Safe option.
I8, all right, that's a confirmed win right there for sure. At the same time, I mean, Grounders is also there, Freestyle is also there.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, of course, I8 is confirmed from your side, and that is definitely a good pick, because I8, the form that they're in, there's absolutely no way that anybody can take them away from that limelight that they've created. A league of their own is what the side of I8 create every single time. With that, this is going to be the second last game for these teams to participate, and of course, get themselves confirmed in the top 12, because this is the first time, today being the first time, that we are going to be looking at the Livik map and how these teams are going to be playing. Now, talking about this map itself, that is going to be on our screen. Sanhok fight part definitely dissecting the map in 2 equal halves, and along with that, 2 equal halves are being created, or rather 3 individual halves are being created off the side of BABLU, as we can clearly see. Right? They have gotten Teen Wolf going all the way towards Alpha Island. We've got, of course, Peacock going down to the other island, and the main one is also taken on from BABLU. So a very fanned out approach from the side of BABLU. Same is the case towards the northern side from FS as well. And thankfully, the best part over there for FS is that there is no team around in the vicinity at all for miles for them to worry about. As of now, of course, the other team that is going to have to worry a little bit is, well, tricky, because H2E seems like they have been able to confirm a knock on towards R3G's players, and interestingly enough, they've not confirmed that into a confirmed point. Right? They've been able to get that shot. Oh, it seems like BABLU's Teen Wolf, who moved on towards a different island altogether itself, that was towards the Camp Alpha Island, has been spotted on from NorthEsports. A perfect devious approach is what it turned out to be, and he was damaged, but thankfully Teen Wolf will be able to get away from there, and along with that, H2E's Johnny Sense Jedi is the man who will be able to confirm the first blood right here off this map of Sanhok.
Well, Teen Wolf just survived by the skin of the teeth, but this is the first time we are witnessing this kind of a split from the players of Team BABLU. In Sanhok, they tend to go for that huge split. One player on some other island, two of players somewhere else. This kind of split is something that is not new for the players of Team BABLU. That is why Teen Wolf had an idea. There are players of Team Esports and R3D also, because they tend to go for that Camp Alpha Island every single time. So he can easily regroup with his teammates. He knows where exactly he needs to head over, just from the waterways towards his teammates who are waiting for him nearby the boot camp area. In fact, providing the cover fire required in this situation as well. But Pika OP, well, when he's going to regroup with his teammate, we might face some resistance from the players of TmwEsports.
We shall see. We shall see if that'll be the case or not. For now, again, Pika OP looking comfortable, because he's got no team around in the vicinity to worry about. At the same time, we talk about the center of the zone towards Paradise itself. We've got Magnus as well as Metershot. Very, very close, of course. But are they going to turn this into a bloodbath right there or not on Paradise Resort? Because they being so very close, it does not mean that the fight is imminent. But of course, there is a possibility. At the same point of time, as we talk about NorthEsports as well as R3D, we saw NorthEsports take on shots against Teen Wolf, but now they are in close proximity and vicinity of R3D's players as well. So a very interesting fight, or rather 2-3 individual fights that we can very well capitalize or see in the next 2 to 4 minutes perhaps. At the same point of time, the other teams are looking very comfortable. You've got Quraysh as well as Quantum Rage down south, very perfectly set up is going to be the players of both of those teams. 52 Esports are going to be split with a 2-man army for both of those sides, which again, for now, is going to be working. But next 5 minutes, we will have to see what team ends up focusing on those rotations and tries to get themselves known in the zone and, of course, towards their vicinity as well. So for now, as far as those fights are concerned, only these two teams that I see that could very well turn into a chaotic mess would be North Esports as well as R3D. But let's see. Let's see if that'll be the case or not.
In fact, I wonder how Team Grounders are going to make their way inside the circle, because Walker, he's placed right on the periphery of the shoal. In fact, the coastline as well. And Team FS Malik is also present on the Cow area. They are opting for the waterways, but they need to be careful. But somewhere else, a fight that you were talking about has broken in, and R3D Destroyer finds a confirmation onto the plus of Team North Esports. And now North Esports, they have to survive as a 3-man army, but they also need to be a bit careful with Sanhok. Anytime any team can chime in, and like I was speaking about Team Grounders, well, looks like they're heading somewhere in Cow. They need to be careful, or I'll say Malik needs to be careful, because right now he's all by himself.
Absolutely. And again, a little bit of a stalemate situation that we find on the map of Sanhok. And for this zone, for this region of Pakistan, map of Sanhok is one where they do try and slow down the game quite a lot, in fact. Now, Fixus did just mention in the previous cast as well. I also do wonder, so does he, what these teams from this region are going to be doing on the map of Livik. That is even more smaller, with only, 48 players that are going to be jumping in. So, definitely the aggressive streak that these players have in them will be able to help them. But at the same point of time, they are going to have to be very quick in terms of how they approach things. For now, on the map of Sanhok, they've slowed things down. That's what we've been looking at since the past 4 days. And nothing taken away from these teams. They know exactly what's on the stake and on the line. And so, therefore, this sort of a play style is definitely appreciated, rather than going for those heel battle sort of plays, right? And working towards slowly but surely keeping all the 4 players alive and then getting into a fight against their opponents. For now, we've got, of course, the first airdrop with an AUG, along with, of course, level 3 kit for any lucky team to be able to capitalize upon that. But sadly, towards Lakavi is where this drop has taken place, and there is no team. Well, there's I8, and I8 could be the only team that could maybe capitalize on that drop. But apart from that, no other team around in the vicinity. But talking about that Paradise Resort that we had earlier, that has been cleared out. Metershot are now on the different side together, but FS with a man split could maybe spot them, maybe take on the shots against Metershot, and perhaps could turn into an all-out chaotic squad wipe. But we'll see if that'll be the case or not.
Esports, there is something there is certain change in their game style for Sanhok, because last time when they found residency in Paradise Resort and they stayed in there for a very long time, and the circle took a drastic shift, they had to move inside the circle. It became a very big challenge for them, and this time they are already heading for a very quick and fast rotation. They're already leaving the Paradise Resort, but they also need to be careful, because there are the players of Team 3x also, Triple Esports as well. But talking about Team BABLU, who are still holding on to the boot camp, well, they're having a good read onto their opponents. They have the information that where exactly they have done their homework. I'll say they have done their homework perfectly, because Pico OP is still holding on to the Painan area. They kind of, at least I'm thinking that is the way that they had an information. Triple Esports like to surround the boot camp area. That's where there was not an early rotation coming from the side of Pico OP, but things are looking difficult still for them, because other teams are also chiming in.
Absolutely, for now they are, and the conversion is what I'm waiting for. Where exactly is the zone going to be dictating these fights? Where are these teams going to be pushing? Because right now, majority of them are focusing towards the western side of the zone itself, where we saw Team BABLU and the player, of course, that player, Teen Wolf, making a rotation from the waterways, from Camp Alpha towards the main island itself. Now, that has in turn resulted in Team BABLU with a 3-man army, along with, of course, Pika being the only man who's spread out then. At the same point of time, around in the vicinity of Team BABLU's position, we have H2E, we have 52esports, we have Triple Esports, quite a lot of them that are around in that same exact area. And right now on our screens is going to be 3x, who are a little bit further out towards the center of the zone, but around in the vicinity also we do have Magnus Esports. So a very precarious situation that these teams find themselves in. At the same point of time, being out in the open will give you a lot of information, but also let other teams know exactly where you are at. Now, 3x Esports' Kratos, they are trying to spot out the players from around the vicinity, from, of course, the hill that is right in front of them. We know that Magnus Esports is there, but have 3x's players spotted them out or not? On the other front, same, of course, is the approach from Magnus's players as well, as they are spread out thin on that hill. All they're focusing on is, where are the opponents? Till now, we're looking at pretty much all of these teams surviving, and the zone surely is going to be shifting and moving itself. And once it does, that will create a that much more clearer picture as to where this fight could start erupting. It seems like the fights have already started erupted, and H2E are the ones who are at the receiving end. No, my apologies, 52 Joker.
Well, certainly 52 Joker has been taken down.
My apologies, go ahead.
Yeah, Jaydeep has also been taken down. The trade, like you were saying, has been right there. But Hassan OP is a guy who's looking for a confirmation and is definitely going to find that confirmation. Also, now 52 Esports, well, they need to be a bit careful. But H2E also have lost the main assaulter, I'll say, because Jaydeep is the guy who's always bringing in those openings around the close combats. In any fight, Jaydeep is the guy who's always shining as an assaulter. But right now, H2E, they need to spread out a little more, but they need to be careful also, because if they are heading somewhere towards the northern side, upside, they might face the players of Team BABLU as well.
Well, they very well could. They very well should as well, because that is what we are waiting for. We want to be able to see some action brewing right here on the map of Sanhok, and it is going to be H2E and 52 who started that off. The trades were made between them, but it seems like now it has dwindled down. At the same time, now it's going to be R3D's players. Hawk going to be the one who will be trying to capitalize on the perfect rotation that North Esports thought would be perfectly capitalizing and, of course, help them get into the zone. Sadly, that is not the case, as R3D's Hawk is keeping a hawk eye onto that rotation, on towards that water rotation. Now, a lot of damage is being brought on towards NES's players, especially Avenger OP and, of course, their teammate as well. But it seems like that'll be the end, as of course North Esports' player, one by one, they do go down. Avenger OP not looking too good. Maxi, the only player from the backlines who might be able to help his teammate Avenger OP, but it's not looking good. It's not looking easy, because of course when it comes down to Maxi, he's all by his lonesome, and he needs to get into the zone first before he can help out his teammate. At the same point in time, we move back towards the fight between 52 Esports, and this time around 52 Esports have capitalized on Triple Esports' position.
Well, they certainly have. They have taken down Hunter out of the equation. I won't say out of the equation, because there's still hope for Hunter, as his teammate Rex with that vehicle is already closing in the distance, going for the rescue, but he's also being shot from somewhere else. But on the opposite hill, we are seeing the players of Team Magnus Esports also spread out, and Faster is the guy who is taking a lot of damage. He just survived by the skin of the teeth. He needs to patch up really fast. He needs that backup from his teammates as well. But their backs are clear, so I'm not much worried about the players of Magnus Esports. But North Esports, well, that tends to happen when you are making rotation from the waterways. You are pretty much handicapped. But R3D, they are still waiting for the last player of North Esports, is still out in the water. Let's see how he is going to survive.
Exactly. It seems like North Esports, this game has been stolen away from them. Maxi, the only player surviving, might not be able to last for long, but of course he's trying his level best to survive for as long as he possibly can, because again, even if he does survive this 1 minute, he's not going to be walking away with any placement points whatsoever. 16 teams are surviving. The team that will be eliminated from the 14 to the 16 walk away with 0 placement points, and that is what will definitely hamper North Esports' approach to walk away with some placement points, and that all falls, the burden of it all falls down on Maxi. At the same point of time, we move towards where the fights definitely are taking place, and it is going to be TFD against the players of BABLU, if I'm not mistaken, where BABLU have capitalized on the situation, and Leon OP, as well as of course the teammates, are going to try and just get themselves separated and segregated in such a way where they can at least understand where BABLU's players are. But it is looking like a very difficult card for TFD to read, because BABLU's players, they are spread out all over the area. Pika OP all by his lonesome once again. They love this approach, a 3v1 approach, sort of a split is what we're looking at. And Team BABLU from the back end are going to be capitalizing and playing with the minds of TFD, where TFD have absolutely no idea where the players of BABLU are going to be pushing on through from.
Well, the fights in boot camp are always tricky, and Team BABLU, this has been the drop location. They know the area very well. They are aware of the compounds and angles of the boot camp, and right now they're trying to capitalize exactly on that. But Divyan is the guy who needs help right now on Team Wolf. He needs to go for the help and revive his teammate as soon as possible. But Pika OP is still surviving those Molotovs and grenades, but that UMP 45 in the hands of Khane is going to put an end to the player of Team BABLU. Pika OP, now Team BABLU surviving as a two-man army. They are getting defeat. Looks like they might get in defeat in their own territory, and the confirmation are going to come in. But Danny is the guy who's going to take down Khan. But before he gets confirmation, a trade is going to come in. And with that, Team BABLU, I think, have been eliminated. No, they have not been eliminated. There's still hope. There is still a last player standing right in the compounds of bootcamp. That is going to be Team Wolf.
Exactly, Teen Wolf now on the back end. Definitely not the kind of play that was anticipated, at least from my side, because BABLU were looking so good in terms of how they were utilizing those utilities and making TFD double count and step back from the area. But then finally, when TFD realized that it was just a ludicrous play from BABLU and it was not converting into anything, and that is where TFD just capitalized on the situation and read it to perfection from BABLU. Again, BABLU being the team, the first team to get eliminated on the 16th position as of now. With that, the Grounders also taking a lot of shots, and that is going to be against the players of FS, where FS Black has been brought down. In the compound is going to be Mom2 to his help. Now, Mom2, of course, will be focusing on maybe trying to get that survive. Never mind, the Molotov will do the trick, and just like that, this perfect Molotov is going to result in at least 1 point given towards the players of the Grounders. But now, FS versus TG, the Grounders, FS versus the Grounders, a 3v3 is what this has turned out to be, where indeed Drake Enki is the only man where we can see the two players that are remaining from the two teammates that are remaining of Drake Enki are a little further out and spread out. Now that flank angle could maybe capitalize and help out the Grounders, but FS, if they are on point with the utility, Drake Enki, he could be done and dusted right here.
Certainly, anything can happen. In fact, Team FS also, Malik can be the game changer, because right now he's somewhere far off. He can hold those angles and stop the players of Team Grounders right in the track. But right now, Mom2 is the guy who needs help. He is trying to cook up few grenades in the direction of Grounders, but they don't have the information where exactly the players of Grounders are. They just know there is an enemy, where and exactly how they are spread out. They don't have that intel right now on their hands. But Quantum Rage is the team that is picking up fight with the players of Team I8 somewhere on the southern side, and I8 are having the height advantage, looking for the players of Team Quantum Rage. And Spark is all by himself. The minute he's going to get spotted down, I8 is going to make sure they put an end to him. But right now, Mob2 has been taken down by the players of Team Grounders.
Well, Mom2 goes down from FS. Now, FS left with a tricky position. But on the other side, on our screens, we do have I8's players taken down, or trying to take down at least, the players of Quantum Rage. Now, Spark is going to be set up from the backlines. At the same point of time, he is going to draw attention as his teammates make the rotation. Now, I8, they need to be very careful, because as we can see, Uzum is out in the open. His teammate IQ is up on front. But at the same point of time, will that position be enough to bring down Quantum Rage, Spark, as well as, of course, the teammate who is going to be up on top? Along with that, the Grounders is going to be capitalizing on the players of FS, and in doing so, FS is left with just a one-man squad for now. With that, the zone also making a curveball onto itself, where 3x are looking very comfortable and synergistic in terms of how they've approached the zone, because they are the only teams that find themselves in the center of the area. Towards the southern side is where we're looking at this fight between Quantum Rage and I8, and whichever team comes up on top between these two are the ones that will be entering the zone from the south.
And on the contrary, towards the northern side, Team Magnus are picking up the players of Team R3D as well. And if they manage to eliminate R3D, they can have the complete control of the northern circle, and they can dominate from that particular angle. But let's see if R3D can stop the players of Team Magnus and have that control in their favor as well. But Quraysh Esports is trying to cook few grenades and molotovs towards the side of Malik, but Malik is still surviving all this barrage of grenades and the molotovs. And Hasni, right now, he does realize that he has given away his position, and retaliation grenade or a molotov might also come in, so he needs to change his position ASAP. But Quantum Rage, they have the compound, but they also need to move inside the safety of the circle, but they have given away their position specifically to the plus of I8.
Well, again, now both of these teams, I thought and hoped for them to be able to take on the fight and bring either one of them down, but that's not been the case, as I8 and Quantum Rage will just move away from that fight and get themselves known in the zone. At the same point in time, we do, of course, have other teams taking on those sprays and shots as teams trying to make it that rotation. R3G, Regicide, Noki is going to be capitalizing on the information against Metershot's Halsey from a far away distance. Now that Regicide's Noki was not a good decision made, because you're trying to get a rotation made with your entire team out in the open without the blues, or rather the blues right behind you. This is where the trouble is going to start brewing for Regicide. Of course, Noki will try and confirm that point for himself. Ash has already been brought down. Behind, we can see the Grounders. Evil Boy is also going to be set up right there. The Grounders, one final player, Evil Boy, is going to try his level best to just slowly but surely follow along the footsteps of Regicide. But as we do have the kill feed chiming on, North Esports is Maxi with a perfect nade, dropping down like flies are going to be players of course, Metershot as well as H2E. But in all, this is the moment that we were waiting for. 20 minutes in, 14 teams still surviving on the map of Sanhok. This Pakistan region is so unexpected every single time we jump in with fights.
Three teams fighting against each other on the eastern periphery of the circle, and the team that is falling down are the players of Regicide and Quraysh Esports, as Metershot Sky is trying to put pressure from the back lines over there, but they are still dealing with the brunt of the blue as well. But Triple Esports have been eliminated courtesy to the players of R3D and Magnus. Well, they have managed to squeeze inside the safe. They have the compound, but the minute they find themselves in the safety of the circle shifts away and right in the hands of 3x Esports over there. But Quraysh Esports, they need to revive, they need to rescue their fallen comrade, that is going to be Hasni, but 52 Hassan OP also find few confirmation onto the plus of TFD.
What a perfect conversion this is turning out to be for 3x. I mean, this team, they needed the points. They needed to confirm their position in the top 12. And this game, it seems like, is a miracle for them to be able to capitalize upon. But it's not that easy, because 13 teams still do remain. Now, of those 13, 4 teams are going to be playing with just a one-man squad. So in fact, make that 5 teams playing with just a one-man squad. So it is definitely an easy conversion that could be capitalized upon from the side of 3x. But at the same time, on our screens, it's going to be Metershot's Halsey, the final player from the side of Metershot, taking on the final player of North Esports, and thus remaining are going to be 12 teams surviving. Now, Quraysh Esports' Hasni, along with his teammates, are trying to definitely get themselves known in towards the area of the eastern side of the zone, where they are taking on shots, and they are definitely converting that into points. But they better be careful, because right around the vicinity is also going to be the players of I8.
Well, certainly I8, they are the one of the most aggressive team, and right now Nocto is going into the flames, but 3x is going to be the team that is going to put an end to his misery and get the defeat point onto him. But 52 Esports, they are trying to move inside the circle from the southern western side, but on the northern side, R3 are still falling down through the hands of the players of Magnus Esports, as Hawk has been taken down. Roland is also down on his knees. That means revivals in the blue is not so easy, specifically in the fifth circle, but Rafe is surviving the shots, multiple shots coming in his direction, but not for very long, as Maddie is going to put an end to Sardarji as well, and with that, Quantum Rage has been eliminated at 9th position.
Ooh, this is going to be a chaotic one, where I8 are left with just a one-man army. The Grounders are left with just a one-man squad. 52 Esports, the team that was missing from the entirety of this day 5, or rather throughout till day 5, are definitely looking likely in control of this entire map of Sanhok, where they are looking comfortable with 6 finish points already converted. 3x Esports have the compound in their favor, with the momentum as well as the numbers going to be in their side. At the same point of time, these 6 teams that do remain, the favored team are going to be 3x because of the compound, and then is going to be 52 Esports because of, again, the numbers. 4 players surviving for both of these teams. But from the backlines, from the rear, we can see the team of Magnus making some moves, making some plays. They get closer, and there we have it. Of course, H2E going to be another one that will be bringing in a lot of pain towards 52 Esports' pain, as he will be dropped down from this lobby. Thus remaining are going to be 3-man army for 52 Esports. H2E's one final player, Tarzan, has delivered a massive punch. At the same point of time, from the back end, we saw Magnus making a move, and that's going to be Zen providing his perfect opportunity, utilizing his perfect opportunity to take down the players of 52 Esports. And now it seems like 52 Esports, the dream has been shattered and taken away from their side, as H2E as well as Magnus have capitalized on the possibility and definitely just dwindle down the advantage that 52 Esports had. Now all of this pressure goes down to 3x's players, because they have a 4-man army against a 1-man squad of H2E's Tarzan. 7 elimination points is what H2E has been able to confirm. So this, again, a very good game for H2E, but now the conversion is all for 3x to get this chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, it can definitely be their game to lose, but actually
Tarzan,
what he's up to from that position itself, how many defeat points he has gotten for himself and his team. But now is the decision when he had to come out in the open, because Blue was closing in. 3x is going to capitalize on it, and they're going to get that beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves with total of 4 elimination points. But I have to say, Tarzan, he was in rampage, I think.
What a perfect name for a perfect map as well, right? Sanhok, Tarzan, just all perfectly synchronized. Their teammates, or rather the teammates, were able to get 1 elimination point, but Tarzan himself was able to get, I believe, 7. So in total, 8 elimination points is what H2E walked away with, along with, of course, finishing on the 2nd. So 12 placement points for that. What a perfect controlled play this was from 3x, because of the way they were able to read the zone and then find themselves in the center and just slow the gameplay down. They knew that there were so many teams around them in the vicinity. They knew they had the compound advantage, and they just slowed the play down. And just 4 elimination points is what they got. But more than that is, of course, the 15 points that they were able to get for that chicken dinner. So incredible turn of events. Same for H2E as well, but we shall see how big a difference is that going to make on that storyboard. With that, stay tuned. We're going to be right back, because one more game does remain before we find out what those 12 teams are that will be playing the Livik bonus map today. Stick around, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region, where indeed we are jumping into the final day of week 1. This is day number 5, a very important day right here for these teams, because we are trying to find out what those 12 teams are going to be that will play that bonus map of Livik. Along with that, of course, this game of Sanhok, Shadow, this was the perfect game, I'm going to say, because of especially how Tarzan played from H2E.
Well, I just want to know what he had for lunch. Definitely, I think he had a chicken dinner for himself, because the way he was on a rampage, the way he was grabbing elimination points in every single direction, he was just spotting the players, and the minute he spotted them, he was shooting in their direction, getting an elimination point, specifically 7 elimination to this single individual, more than 900 damage to him. Well, a beautiful gameplay was coming in from his side, and he grabbed good placement points as well for his team.
Absolutely. As we move towards the players to focus upon, we do have Magnus's Zen, definitely. He was the X Factor who definitely pushed on upon. At the same point of time, the grounder's Shapatar, the man who was missing from the action, jumps in on the map of Sanhok and capitalizes with 3 elimination points, along with 580 damage done from TG's side. As far as 52 Esports is concerned, Daku definitely utilizing the perfection. Again, this game was so close from 52 Esports walking away with that chicken dinner.
Well, certainly it was very close, but H2E, well, right now they have the highest elimination, in fact the highest damage as well, and both belongs to Tarzan over there. But Quraysh Esports, they also have their fair share of the few good points in this particular Sanhok because they have the highest assists. But talking about the match ranking, the team that is leading the chart is going to be H2E with a total of 12 placement points, and courtesy to those elimination points, they are on the top. But the team with the chicken dinner, they are also not far behind. They are on the second position with total of 19 points.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is now going to be the final game, the final battle that will be played for the final game of the day before we move to the bonus map. And talking about this game of Sanhok itself, well, it was clearly indicative that few of the teams, they definitely underperformed. You talk about I8 right there, with just one elimination point is what they were pushed out from this game of Sanhok. At the same point of time, BABLU, we thought could be able to capitalize in terms of the way that they were sitting, with the zone definitely favoring them, but they were just not able to capitalize on that, and they were pushed away, as we saw in the bootcamp fight that they were part of. At the same point of time now, this is the match ranking for Sanhok. Overall, what we are focusing on is the top 12 teams. Now, the final game, we are going to be looking at, once again, 4 groups, but from that, 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Magnus Esports, and 3x Esports. These are the 4 teams that will not be participating. So as we prep for the overall ranking, these are the teams we should keep in mind. 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Magnus Esports, as well as 3x Esports. Are they in the top 12 or not? Because their journey today is done. At the same time, as we look at the, of course, F21 Pro moments right here, a lot of chaotic mess is what the Sanhok turned out to be after the 13-minute mark, Ishada.
Well, certainly it was all chaotic, and that is certainly expected from the Pakistan teams. The way, in fact, for the few circles, so many teams were trying to exist in harmony between bootcamp and paradise resort area. So many teams were right there for such a long time. The teams that were on the periphery, on the northern and the southern side, they were definitely avoided by the placement and the elimination points as well. Northern side, Magnus Esports were dominating the lobby. From the southern side, Team I8 Esports and Team 3x were trying to converge inside the circle, eliminating so many teams right out there and clearing the floor, and they were the one who are also on the top.
Well, they definitely are, and for now, one final game definitely remains that will be played on the map of Erangel, the known map, the OG map. Every team ought to be comfortable, but before we jump into the schedule, let's have a look at that overall storyboard. As I was mentioning, Group A will not be participating. From there, 52 Esports is not going to be playing, but looking at the overall ranking itself, well, now let's focus on majorly 9, 10, 11, 12. 134 points for Team Star. For Freestyle, sitting on the 10th position, they have 129 points. Now, we are looking at top 12 teams that will be participating in the upcoming map, the bonus map of Livik. Only top 12 in this overall storyboard. For which, Team BABLU definitely looking comfortable with 20 matches that they've played. Magnus have already played their 20 matches, looking absolutely pristine on that second position. No way that Quantum Rage or Team TUF could capitalize in just one game to topple over Magnus Esports. But at the same time, Magnus Esports, they definitely are looking like they could have toppled over I8 Esports had there been more games in week number 1. But let's move on to page 2. Their Freestyle sitting on the 10th. And 129, 123 Quraysh Esports, North Esports with 12th position, 119 points. Okay, now, what do you think, Shadow? What's going to take place in this final game? Do you believe that Team H2E from Group E could topple over North Esports in this upcoming game? Do you think maybe R3D could topple over with 110 points? 13 points is what they need to move in and take out Quraysh Esports.
Way these teams have been playing so carefully, H2E, North Esports, specifically these two teams, they're trying to grab any point out there, be it the placement point or the elimination point. North Esports also, they got a chicken dinner. I think they're looking forward to it. But like I said, they left things for the 11th hour. That is why they have to struggle. The teams who are in top looking pretty comfortable and cool as cucumber. But looking at the schedule, the team that got a first winner chicken dinner for themselves on day number 5 was I8 Esports, followed by Team BABLU with 26 points. Then North Esports also got a chicken dinner for themselves with 25 points. And then last match of Sanhok, 3x Esports was the team that was coming on the top. But moving on, Erangel, like you also mentioned, team Group A will be sitting out. Team 52 Esports, BABLU, Magnus and 3x are sitting out. That means the journey for 52 Esports is not looking good because they don't have any game in their hand.
Exactly. And well, that, even though a sad story, a sad journey, is just week number 1. Right?
Yeah.
We still have 2 more weeks before we talk about the grand finals itself. So there can be a big chunk and chance for 52 Esports to bring themselves up on week number 2 onwards, right? For today itself, if we talk about the way they played on Sanhok, the way they were able to read the lobby, the way they were able to make their presence felt, keep all 4 players still surviving and standing, yeah, it seems like the changes that they are making definitely worked on the map of Sanhok. I just hope that they're able to keep that sort of an envelope open for week 2 as well. But right now, as these teams prep for the final game that will be played on Erangel before we have our top 12 confirmed teams that will be playing that Livik map for the bonus points for the grand finals, yep, it is going to get that much more closer. But along with that, you know for a fact, the question now is, what team are you going to be predicting that will walk away with this upcoming chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, Shadow?
Well, the top teams are definitely going to go all bonkers in this one because they know this is the last game. So, on one side, I want to pick the top team. On the other side, I think the team who are sitting somewhere between 10th to 13th position, they are also going to pull up a very good performance. That includes Quraysh Esports as well. So, I think I'll go with Quraysh Esports.
That's a good call.
Yeah, Quraysh Esports, I think.
It's more of a hopeful call.
Yeah.
Right, it's more of a hopeful call, but definitely a good one, because I'm sure the fans also want to be able to see Quraysh maintain that effort that they've been able to make, right? From yesterday itself, from the past 2 days, we've been looking at, of course, Quraysh Esports slowly but surely getting their numbers up and getting their presence felt and known in the top 12. But now, as it comes down to this Erangel game, I am going to go with the likes of I8. I'm going to go with I8 because I8 is one of those teams that is not going to take that Sanhok game and the way that they were dwindled down to just 1 elimination and 4 placement points. Yeah, that's not going to sit well with them. I'm sure they're going to be very angry with that. And this upcoming final game could be the one that I think maybe they will convert it into a chicken dinner. But let's find out, because I do have high hopes for Freestyle. I've got some real good hopes coming in from the side of QWERTY and TUF as well, because TUF and QWERTY, both of these teams, they've kind of faltered down a little bit compared to how they were on day 1 and day 2, especially TUF.
BABLU also, the way they are performing today,
also,
that is also remarkably well, because yes, Sanhok is not their niche. I'll say this is not their area. They are never having a very dominating performance when it comes to Sanhok, but Erangel and Miramar are the place where they outshine, and maybe BABLU can also grab the second chicken dinner for themselves today.
Hope so. Hope so. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Anything can happen. That is so true. And again, for this game as well, that took place on the map of Sanhok, had BABLU not gotten that sort of a fanned out split coming in, it could have been theirs as well, because they were looking very comfortable in terms of how they had gotten the control of the compound very early on. And of course, along with that, that is going to be of the past, a conversation of the past, because the flight path is going to be on our screens for this map of Erangel before we find out the top 12 teams that will be participating on the bonus map for the bonus points on Livik. But for now, we do have the flight path, which is going to be majorly favoring teams towards the western, eastern side of this map. That definitely means that Metershot looking very comfortable. You've got the likes of course, Quantum Rage looking very comfortable. Quraysh have already dropped themselves down towards the northern side of Kamishki right there, that we can see. At the same point of time, T20 QWERTY, who love to go towards Lipovka side as well. Prison and Lipovka between is where we normally see T20 QWERTY get themselves and their presence felt. They are looking comfortable from this drop as well. But where is the zone going to be? The zone is the tough ball, the tough cookie to crack in the battleground, simply put.
I have to ask you, where do you want to... you can ask me. I was about to ask you. Where do you want the circle to go this time?
You know, we've seen the western approach of the zone. I'd love for it to go towards north. There we have it, definitely. And in fact, towards the north also, I wanted to go from Yasnaya region. Now, Yasnaya Polyana, you see that small little water body that we have. Now, there are only a few seldom times that I've casted games that take the game and the zone down towards that region right behind Yasnaya Polyana, but I would love for the zone to go down there. Let's see if that'll be the case or not. If not, then shooting range. These are the two major possibilities that I would love to see the zone make a curveball and throw a curveball for these team towards. But at the same time, looking at the zone, it is a comfortable one for so many teams. You know, apart from the known odd ones out, I8 as well as Metershot, all the other teams, they are looking comfortable to be able to make that rotation into the zone.
You know where I want the circle to go?
Let it
Stalber.
be.
Because Quraysh Esports, I picked the team for once I want my prediction to come true. And if it heads towards Stalber, the chances of Quraysh Esports getting it are definitely going to increase because Jaguars is placed right over there where the rest of the three players are in the Kameshki area. But like you said, I8 Esports, Meteorshot Sky, they are on the southern island. They have to go for the rotation. Maybe they'll head for late rotation. I know for sure Meteorshot Sky is one of the teams that tends to go for the late rotation in the extreme circles.
That is true. That is true. And again, that is a debatable one, in fact, where I would say it majority of the times is not looking like favorable for them. But at the same time, it is up to them. It is their decision as to how they want to be changing the pace of the game. And we can definitely anticipate that sort of a play style. At the other front, at the other side, we do have FS who love to go towards Ferry Pier and the Grounders who also love to go towards that region. They're moving away from the zone. They're moving far away from the zone towards their known drop location, and that too together. Now, it seems like they definitely ought to know that there is a team around in the vicinity, and I would love to see FS and the Grounders take a shot against each other so that only one team from that Ferry Pier region and Primos region comes out alive. And that again is going to be my hope, but we'll come back to that as on our screens is going to be TUF's Joker. So we saw just a couple of minutes ago that H2E's players were close around in the vicinity of TUF and they were able to spot on the players of TUF as well. And now it's all up to Joker Sir, all by his lonesome. What exactly is he going to be able to do? Is he going to be able to go back to his teammates, or are H2E going to be following him? It does not seem like H2E is interested in him for now. They're going to be happy with the zone that with the compound that they're in, which is in the zone. So for now, TUF is going to be playing it safe, or rather will be allowed to play it safe. But at the same time, they are taking a very what do I say, a very risky play right here, out in the open in the first 5 minutes of the game itself with no vehicle. And there we have it. Finally, they do have a vehicle. But yeah, that's a very risky move coming in from TUF. Nevertheless, thankfully for them, there's no team to trouble them in terms of the rotation that they're trying to make here, in terms of the vehicle GTA that they're trying to find and get their move about in this game.
Talking about TUF, yes, I also have my concerns about their positioning. Had they had the proper resources and all those level 2 and level 3 or maybe healings as well, which they are lacking for sure right now, I would have said that yes, this could be a potential position in this kind of a circle to gatekeep all the teams that are trying to move from the southern side. But right now, they need the secondary loot, which they are trying to find maybe on the geographical containers or the city area. But they also need to be careful if they're opting for an extreme rotation from the western side bridge of Georgopol city area, that H2E might stop them. So little bit of the they need to be careful. But yes, FS and Team Ground as well, the way the players of FS are spread around the quarry area, well, Grounders, it's not going to be so easy for them to come out to Primorsk. They can go for the extreme shorelines or coastline rotation from Ferry Pier or maybe complete western side, but they need to be very careful because FS, they are spread out in the entire quarry area.
Oh, this is going to be a tough game for a few of these teams because they are wanting to improve and play their best approach. But are they going to be allowed? As of now, as we look at these different colors on the map, they are all scattered about on the entire map of Erangel. No team around too close. They are looking very comfortable. But that is only for now. Next 5 minutes, the zone will be making a curveball, will be shifting. And that is when the teams are going to have to start making that rotation. As we do anticipate the Grounders, FS, to be caught out in the blues. The sooner they start that rotation, just like I8 have, the better off are their chances to get this game in the bag for themselves. Because in the center, the teams, the colors have already started contributing. And we do have, of course, Quantum Rage, we've got Quraysh, we've got R3D, who are all getting closer and closer towards that center Yasnaya region. but where is the zone focusing these teams towards? At the same time, it seems like TmW's players are in a bit of a truffle of themselves, because the truffle has been made. R3D's players are the one who are destroying the positioning of TmW's players, and it seems like TmW are going to lose out on one of their player that's going to be high end, and by themselves they are now left with just a 3-man army. The first blood right there being drawn from R3D's destroyer for now.
R3D also needs to be a bit careful because they have two teams in their close proximity. TmW, like you mentioned, is definitely there. Triple Esports is also there. But let me ask you a question. Team Star, they were right there in the Severny. The decision of leaving the safety of the Severny compound such early, do you think it's a wise decision coming from the players of Team Star?
Well, the way I see Severny, the Team Star from Severny making that rotation, it seemed like they were making it to go towards the Stalber Hill, and that would have been perfect, right? Because you want to be able to get the best information, the sooner the better, before your opponents make that rotation. And that is where I anticipated the Team Star will be making that rotation towards, but that's not the case. They are sticking their guns towards the side of that exact area. But at the same time, we now on our screens do have Triple Esports' compound being rushed on upon from the side of, course, Quantum Rage. Now, Quantum Rage Senior Sir has pushed that perfect nade, but that is not going to be resulting in any damage whatsoever at all, because Triple Esports' Thug from the backlines, of course, in the front is going to be Hunter along with his teammate Psycho, definitely pushing on the perfect push from Quantum Rage against this compound. But it seems like Psycho was not able to get out of the trouble. He definitely saw Senior Sir bring in that nade, but still decided to stick his neck in the same exact compound, and therefore he's been damaged. But again, nothing taken away from that exact same area and fight, because Quantum Rage's players have been brought down. Psycho is not going to be able to get that revive. It seems like he will be lost to the cause, but a 3-team army of Triple Esports, they are looking like this fight they are going to be capitalizing upon. A perfect nade from Rex. This could be the end of Quantum Rage's push, because Spark is left all by his lonesome, and that too with just 10% HP. He is not going to be able to survive for long, and there we have it. He is going to be getting his head blown as well. That means Quantum Rage is only left with a 1-man army. That too in the backlines is not going to be able to do much, and that's going to be Goku. Now Goku, there we have him up on top of that small little watchtower, has absolutely no idea where Thug is at, but Thug knows exactly where that final player is, and that means Triple Esports' luck has turned in this fight, because they are going to be stopping Quantum Rage, a team that has been performing again and again beautifully and synergistically. They seem to be getting closer and closer to annihilation right here, thanks to Triple Esports' play.
Well, certainly, and that could be a mistake from the side of Goku, because he was trying to he actually jumped from that wizard tower out there, but lucky to his star, Thug had a grenade in his hands. Had he had his weapon, maybe Goku would have been taken down, but right now he's trying to dodge the shots and the grenades, all that are coming from the side of Thug, but Thug from somewhere else. No, it was actually Goku's Molotov that took him down, and he's going to find a easy confirmation as well. Well, things are turning for the players of Team Quantum Rage, as Goku, the lone survivor, are trying to get few defeat points as well, and be the ugly thorn for the players of Triple Esports as well, because Rex is also the last man standing from the side of Triple Esports. But 40 are going to show on the doorstep of Faulty Devils, and well, Faulty Devils, they are going to take down one of the players. That was a mistake. Without scouting, you're just showing on the doorstep of your enemy. That is exactly what is going to happen.
Exactly. I mean, Team Quoty, I don't know what has gotten into them. This is the second time I've noticed them bring in this sort of a blind push. Yeah, that's just not going to work out, mate. I mean, you've got that anime skin on your vehicle, all right, perfect, beautiful, but that's not what the battleground is about, and that's exactly not how it's going to work out, where TFD have capitalized and realized that exact same scenario and have definitely punished the players of T20 Quoty, and they are left with just a 1-man army. So now, T20 Quoty is left with Voltrix. Now, Voltrix all by his lonesome. How much of a fight is he going to be able to participate in is what we'll find out later on, because till now we still have all 16 teams still surviving. 12-minute marker, but at the same point in time, we are looking at 3 teams surviving with just a 1-man army and 2 teams surviving with a 3-man squad. So the numbers are going down in this battleground, but the teams are still in total 16. TUF trying their level best, Virus as well as Joker, to just stay on, hold on just for a little bit longer. But right in front is going to be FS's players, and FS with a 4-man approach are going to be thrashing TUF's Virus, who thought he could steal that buggy, but will not be allowed. And Zarbaf, with just a sliver of HP left, he needs to first get his heal done. It's not going to be his priority because he pushes on to get that information retaliated from H2E's perfect knock. And now it seems like FS is on the hunt. They've got 1 knock confirmed. They want to be able to push on to the position of H2E and, of course, get those points converted. Till now, FS have already accumulated 3 finish points, 3 elimination points for themselves.
Well, 3 elimination points are definitely going to help them in the overall rankings, but the circle is going to shift any minute right now, and R3D, they are going to find themselves in a very good spot for now at least. But on the eastern side is exactly where majority of the teams are trying to make their rotation, and Team Star can stop them in the track. Quraysh Esports with a 2v2 split is also trying to squeeze inside the center of the circle, but R3D is someone they need to be a bit careful because Jaguar is very close to the plus of R3D. In fact, Grounders are also coming from the northern side, but I8, well, they are placed perfectly to stop the plus of Team Metershot Sky, who are trying to move inside the circle from the southern side.
Well. Again, when it comes down to the zone, it is an all-out open war in this battleground for these teams. There's not a lot of cover that's going to be available for these teams, and the number of teams that are still surviving, well, they're still 16. So a lot of pressure for these teams that are playing with just a 1-man army falls on upon them. TmwEsports, Quantum Rage, T20 Quirty, TUF. They're all left with just a 1-man squad. At the same time, on our screens is going to be H2E, a team that is trying and fighting their level best to get themselves in the top 12, to participate in the bonus map of Livik. But is it going to be allowed? They're making this rotation from the northern side, from the northwestern side. And as they make their presence felt, apart from right above this hill is where they will be able to see all the teams scattered about. And of course, the compounds that are available in the zone itself are already all completely taken over. So there's going to be no advantage that they can find. That's the side of H2E. But it seems like they're going to be moving towards the shelter for now. All right. That for now can very well be the X factor that they can utilize for themselves. But is there any other player waiting for them? Is there any other team that's going to be waiting for them? We will see.
For now, H2E, the decision of not overextending inside the circle is definitely paying them off in a very good spot. But Team Star, maybe there is a possibility they also come with the same mindset and come towards the players of Team H2E, and we see these two teams collide with each other. But for now, it's all up to the circle, where exactly the next circle is going to shift. That is when all the rotations are going to come in, because all these teams, they are trying very hard to grab as many points as much possible, because it's very rare for us to see the 15-minute marker and all the 16 teams still inside the lobby. Even with a single player, they're still waiting. They're still having that hope of getting much more points in the overall rankings. That is why such a game style is coming from them. But this is a moment of truth. The circle is going to shift any second now.
Well, I'm waiting for that zone to make a curveball. I'm waiting for that zone to throw a shift, and there we have it. It goes in favor of Metershot for now. FS also looking very much in a comfortable position, but it's all about conversion. The information, or rather the zone, has made its shift, but now it's about conversion. Now FS, with the player's advantage, can capitalize on this, but they need to be careful because 16 teams, all 16 teams are still surviving. From the eastern side, the southeastern side, we can see the players of I8 are slowly but surely going to be making their presence felt from that side as well. Now T20 Quirty's Voltrix is all by his lonesome, so he's going to be behind I8's rotation. But at the same point in time, right now on our screens is going to be, of course, the Grounder, and the Grounder's player goes down because it is thanks to H2E's Tarzan. Now Tarzan was definitely the MVP from the previous game, and that momentum is definitely pushing him through to get this game a decent number of conversions in terms of points for himself and his teammates, as well as he pushes on along from one finish point to another. He brings on that spray and will definitely be able to, if nothing else, scatter the approach of the Grounders. Now Evil Boy is on one side and his teammate on the other, so the Grounders, they themselves are divided, where Evil Boy one side and Sensei on the other.
Well, at this point of time, the split coming from grounders is something I don't appreciate at all, especially when two teams are looking in their direction, specifically the players of Team Star. But Sultana also realized that this is the moment when they have to prioritize the circle, move inside the safety of the compounds or any position inside the circle, but they are going to face some resistance from the players of TmW, who are placed on the periphery of the western side of the circle. But right now, Freestyle, like you also said, they are looking good, but they have to face the players of Team H2E, as they are also walking right into their territory. Let's see if Freestyle can take them off, can defeat them, because they are looking strong right now. They have the numbers advantage, they have the position advantage. As long as they're not out there in the open, they're checking the backs and they're checking all the angles. I think Freestyle can grab it, but H2E is a team that needs it very badly, all those points.
Well, they do. That is true. For now, 14 teams remain. Regicid's compound is going to be thrashed on upon from the side of Metershot, as we do have Nokia already gone down. That means it's all ball. Never mind. I was just about to point out that it all boils down to Rebaz, but it seems like he's not going to be allowed. What a perfect shot and spray coming in right there as well, as we do have Metershots as Ash taking on that perfect spray against Regicid's players. Nocto out in the open is going to be dropped down, and Metershot, it seems like the zone favoring them has given them a big boost in terms of their optimism, and that in turn has resulted in them clearing out that compound. But now I8 is going to bring themselves and take down that compound. Will Metershot be able to stop I8 or not? Of course, all of those Audrey cues are going to be heard from I8, and there we have it. They're going to be bringing in a perfect spray. Uzum starting that off with a banger. Ash MVP goes down. Helsi up on top. He does not want to even peek. He does not even want to let his presence felt or known. But I'm sure I8 already know what they're dealing with 3 finishes already confirmed for their side. Along with that, on the other side of the map altogether itself, we do have TmwEsports getting eliminated on that 13th marker. That means 12 teams remain, 37 players in total, and this all-out chaotic mess in this zone is all out in the open, where the teams are bringing in a lot of nade parades that we can see from the side of R3D as well. But will that be enough on the open? Because as soon as you do and you start taking those shots, you're letting your opponents you're inviting your opponents to participate in a third-party approach as well.
Well, certainly, but right now, Freestyle Zabaf is the guy who's becoming the ugly pawn for the players of H2E, and the single player of Quraysh Esports, as Malik with a beautiful grenade is going to find a knock onto Asad over there, but Zabaf is going to find a knock onto the other player of Team H2E, that is Jaydeep. And H2E right now, they are crumbling down, and there is no rescue for Jaydeep right now. But with that grenade, he's looking for the confirmation onto the players of Team Metershot Sky are right out there, but Ghost is having something else in his mind. Let's see what's going to happen. Zabaf is going to put that final nail in the coffin, at H2E has been eliminated at 12th position. But FS, what a gameplay coming in from their side. 7 defeat points already to their name. They're looking very strong, but they have to go inside the circle as well, and better be careful of Joker sir, who is prawning out there, and he was trying to dish out a lot of damage, manages to take down Zabaf, but can he find the confirmation? But the main question is how these teams are going to move inside the circle with no vehicle.
Well, TUS final player Joker Sir is definitely utilizing his one-man advantage to his perfection as he brings down the numbers against the players of FS. At the same time, I8, they have made their presence felt and known right here in the Metershot Skies compound. 10 teams do remain, 4 defeat points confirmed for I8, and they are still not wanting to back down, that's for sure. At the other front of the game altogether itself, it seems like we do have Metershot getting eliminated. Those nade parades that we saw just a minute ago have definitely capitalized in that compound, going in favor of I8, with all 4 players still standing from their side. 9 teams remaining. TFD with a 3-man advantage, 3-man army from their side, 3-man squad from the side of TFD are slowly but surely going to get closer and closer from their position to Quraysh. Now, can they convert this? Jaguar, it seems like, is already brought down. Of course, the smoke is going to be helping Leon OP. He knows exactly where the players are, and he should have been able to spot that as well if the takes his back. But in the kill feed, we can clearly see I8. They are making themselves known all across the board as they take on shots after completing Metershot Sky project. They have now NES in their track, and now esports players are also wanting to fight. Avenger OP with that Glee suit has definitely put a little bit of a full stop in terms of the over-aggression that was being showcased from I8, as Blade goes down as well. The final player of North Esports seems like he is on a vengeance approach from the players of I8, and sadly a 1v3 situation will never favor him as Avenger goes down, thus eliminating North Esports' positioning as well. 6 teams remain right here.
16th and 15 players still remaining, and TFD was a team that is losing in the players as one of the player has been knocked down. Let's see if a revival is coming in. I think an easy revival might come in, but I'm worried about Rafe out there in the low ground, because if TFD, even if it's slightly look in his direction, they are going to find him. But Destroyer with that grenade finds a knock onto Cairo over there. Multiple grenades are expected, and Destroyer is exactly doing so. But can he find the confirmation? That's the main question. On the other side, Leon OP is surviving with 20 HP on his teammate, is going for the revival onto Cairo, but he also gets taken down by IQ over there from the side of I8, and surviving for TFD is becoming a very big challenge right now. But Team Star is a team that is clearing the entire floor for themselves right now.
They definitely are, and there is nothing that seems to be stopping them but I8, because I8 have the momentum in their favor. They've been able to accumulate 14 finishes already for now, 14 elimination points confirmed for I8, whereas for Team Star, yes, numbers are definitely helping them, but they do not have a single elimination point as of yet. Do they have the information is what I would rather focus on, and it seems like, well, God Fury, even though he had the information for TUF's Joker, sir, he has rushed back to get closer to his team. And now from the southern side is where Team Star are going to be recuperating to get this push made in towards the zone. From the northern side, we do still have R3D's players standing true and tall with a two-man army from the side of R3D, whereas TUF we saw is just a one-man approach. Same as the case for Quraysh as well. So who will be the one who will spot first, I8 or Team Star, is what this question, and the final draw or the straw will be made right here, and the final answer will be drawn, because after all, when it comes down to I8, there is no stopping them. Even if there's just one man remaining from I8, they're going to just completely over aggress and try and get that chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, I8 and Star, but they both are trying to contest the southern side control of the zone, and the team that is enjoying this perfectly are the players of Team R3D, placed on the northern side, as they're going to find the confirmation onto the last player of Quraysh Esports as well. And TUF also bids bye-bye at 4th position. I8 Ghost is taking things pretty aggressively. He manages to find one knock onto the player of Team Star, but can he find another player also? That is going to be God Fury. That's the main question. But Miracle right now, he's burning in the Molotov of the Ghost over there. But God Fury with the grenade, can he find the connection onto Ghost? That's the main question. But Ghost has a backup also, and IQ along with Ghost can become that ugly thorn for the plus of Team Star, as Sultana is still bleeding out.
Well, again, what a swift approach this is from I8. As soon as Ghost saw an opportunity, he pushed on along with his vehicle, and as soon as he did, he knew exactly where he was being sprayed on upon, got that Molotov 1 point, and then started rushing in along with his nade parades. And that is what the swiftness of that attack right there, push right there, is what showcases I8's prowess in this game of Battleground, where indeed Team Star was not even given a breather of a space. They do have damage, have damage taken over their players. They are trying to revive them, and that is what I8 is capitalizing on beautifully as they take on the shots, as they take on the angles one by one. Now Miracle, he has the X Factor approach right here, but he himself is not able to do much. All he can do is just keep his head down through the smoke, and at the same point of time, through the smoke as well, I8 do not want to let this opportunity go and take down Team Star. At the same point of time, R3D, the true players that are coming from R3D, they have the zone working for them. They have the zone played perfectly for them, and now it seems like Uzum, the opportunity that arose from the push that was being made from Team Star has been converted into a null, and Team Star are left with just one-man army, where I8's push is going to result in them left out with none. There we have it, Miracle's final man, and he will go down to the head. The shots go, and Ghost will be converting Miracle into a Ghost on this map of Erangel right here, where it is a 3v2 situation. R3D's compound is going to be favoring them, but for how long is what we'll have to see.
When I8 Esports, they managed to find themselves inside the safety of the circle as well, and Usm that UFP 45 is looking very aggressive, but Hawk is going to stop him in his tracks as Usm has been taken down. But Ghost, he has an information where exactly Hawk is, but Destroyer, his position has not been given away at all, and he can stop the player Ghost of I8 Esports from closing in the distance towards the side of Hawk, and the circle is still in the favor of the players of R3D. The numbers advantage which I8 players had hands is not anymore in their hands, because it's a 2v2 situation, as there is no hope or revival coming in for Uzm.
Absolutely. For R3D Hawk, he has to take control of this entire region that is his. He has the utilities, and that's exactly what he's utilizing to also keep in check from the side of I8's IQ flank. And that is, of course, all in favor of Hawk. But it seems like IQ is determined to push on from that angle and not allow Hawk that sort of an advantageous position. At the same point of time, the utilities have dwindled down for I8, but not necessarily the case for R3D as well, because we saw the smoke being dropped on, and at the same point of time, R3D probably still do have a few more utilities left in their bag. Destroyer and Hawk, they have the angle figured out, but Ghost and IQ, they don't have a lot to work with. Ghost, he knows exactly where Destroyer is, but how exactly can he make that push? As we see through his utilities, Destroyer has that one Molotov. Now, that one Molotov can bring in a lot of control in a close area, because right now, there's still too much of an area for these teams to make a rotation, but the zone is not. The zone is still 80 meters away for I8's Ghost, and he's going to have to get in closer. As soon as he does, he's out in the open. Destroy is going to be able to see him. Hawk is going to be able to see him. So one of the players of I8, either Ghost or IQ, is going to have to go out there to draw the attention of R3D's players, and that is where perhaps a cover fight can be brought in from either of them. But this is a tough conversion. Now, if they're able to do this, I8 will be finishing this game with 20 elimination points. 35 points from a single game is what this could turn out for I8's favor. At the same point of time, for R3D, again, this is a critical one. The smoke is going to be deployed, so it seems like Ghost has made up his mind. He's going to be pushing in from this area, and that is where the advantage will be given to R3D's Hawk.
Well, certainly Hawk, well, he is still waiting patiently for the players of IA to move inside the circle, to move to leave the safety of the hard cover they are having for themselves. And Ghost, he has given away his position, and Destroyer is the one who is going to take him down. That means IQ is the last man standing. He's up for a 1v2 situation against the players of our 3D. Hawk and Destroyer still waiting patiently, but Destroyer is the one who is going to rely on that Molotov, and IQ is a guy who is botting, and he had to move out from the hard cover. That is exactly when Hawk striked and put an end to him. Now 3D finally, with that patience, got a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and they're going to find themselves in the 11th position in overall ranking as well.
What a perfect conversion this was from R3D. They were very quiet when the fight was taking place between I8 and Team Star, and as they did slowly, patiently wait, that resulted in, of course, I8's players going down as well, and that advantage that was needed for R3D was just handed over to them from I8. Now again, nothing taken away from I8's approach as well. They walked away with 18 finishes from this game. 18 finish points is still quite a lot from a single game, and they already have a lead. But at the same point of time, for R3D, this was a game-changing sort of a play. But we are going to find out what those teams are that are going to move in with the top 12 to participate in the final, the bonus final, I would say, rather, the bonus game, bonus map that will be played, of course, on Livik. But we are going to finally answer that question after the short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an eventful end to this week's league stage matches. We still do have that bonus one though, which is gonna come right your way. But R3D, with that chicken dinner when it was required the most, managed to secure that 11th spot in the overall ranking. So we know for sure that they're also going to be partaking in that bonus map that we have for you guys. And it was an intense circle, Shadow. Multiple things could have happened, but it went to R3D's way. Just the sheer demeanor that they showed in that few moments.
Well, certainly the circle was right in their pockets, but the patience game that they played, they were outnumbered in that fight against the players of Team IA. They waited patiently for the players of IA to come out in the open. They lured them out of their hard cover as well. But talking about the MVP, it's going to be IQ from the side of IA Esports.
It has to be, right? Team I8 had been spreading carnage everywhere throughout the lobby, and the way they've been playing, the way they've been accumulating so many finishes for themselves. I mean, this shows how good they are. But IQ, we've been talking about this lad, a new entry into I8's arsenal, and he has proven himself right from day number one. He had been immaculate, of course, a little bit overshadowed by the likes of Ghost and Blade, the way they've been performing, nothing taken away from them. Every single player of I8 is a force to be reckoned with.
I totally agree, but along with IA, the players that we need to focus on are going to be Destroyer from the side of R3D Esports, and Blade definitely, like you also said, from the side of IQ, but from the side of North Esports is going to be Avenger OP with 4 eliminations.
Oh yeah, I mean, North Esports are finally stepping up a little bit, getting that one chicken today again. We did get to see from their side Uzum and Blade also being really out there. But R3D's Destroyer, those last moment heroics especially, it was kind of done and dusted when the moment they dealt with Uzum, right? A beautiful cover fire being set up. But as we take a look at the match summary, highest damage, highest eliminations, all going into the hands of IQ. Of course, the assist department is where Hawk really comes in, but the longest distance elimination coming out to us are 359 meters. Now that's really, really huge. So indeed, it was an intense game of Erangel towards the final ends, and we've seen how dominating Team I8 were throughout, but it was R3D who did have the last laugh to themselves. And as we go on, now of course we're going to take a look at the match rankings to see how the other teams also fared out. So I8 Esports, courtesy to those 18 eliminations, will be ending up at the first position with 30 points. R3D with 23 and Star at the #3 with 11 to themselves. Even Star did manage to make a huge climb, an impact. But the big question is, have they made the cut?
Well, Team Star, yes. The main question is, have they qualified for the Livik match? Are they in the top 12 position? But TUF is one of the teams that we know for sure is definitely out there in top 12 position. And the 9 points which they have grabbed in this one is definitely going to help them. In fact, FS also had a pretty good outing in this one with the elimination point, 7 elimination, but placement point, something they are lacking. But 8 points, I think that's a fair deal. TFD also showing up in the last match, not in the last match, but in the 25th match. It's total of 8 points, and they are on the 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, but when you talk about the other teams over here, TMW, the Grounders, and the likes of H2V, it's kind of a little bit bleak if they're going to make the cut or not. Quraysh Esports as well, finally stepping up in those final few days, having good runs, and hopefully have gathered enough morale to just march ahead into week number 2 with a fresh mindset. Because, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, the points are gonna get reset. All you're gonna get from this week are the bonus points that you're gonna accumulate from those overall standings. And of course, you do have that extra buffer for the grand finals. Of course, these are gonna lead on to the finals of PMPL Pakistan. Who are the top 16 teams gonna qualify? In that aspect, it's going to be important, but again, 4 teams are just going to get eliminated. Make sure you're just not at the bottom 4 at the end of week number 3. But as we take a look at the highlights, it was quite an eventful game. The final matchup, our teams were trying to go all out, and that is exactly what happened with I8. They were just all over the map.
Trying to come from the southern side where only one team was trying to stop them, but I'm surprised the way the players of Team Quoty are playing this time, specifically today. Again, a very blind rush came from their side. They lost 2 of the players, and Waterix was the last man standing. Also, they were in a pretty good spot on the southern side, but they couldn't capitalize due to the lack of the numbers they had. But Freestyle was a team that was having good elimination points in their hand, but ultimately it was some other team that got a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, towards the very end, it kind of went upside down for them. A little bit of over-aggression, a little overwhelming plays coming in from I8 side, because of course, why you wouldn't be doing that, right? You're right at the tippity top. There's no way anyone's gonna contest for your position. All you would want to do is just try and get into the heads of your opponent. But towards the end, IQ clearly was out of options. That Molotov coming in, Though what really was interesting that he did have that level 3 helmet and vest. What the intention was in that final fight was, Shadow, that they would want to bait out Ghost, and the moment Destroyer and his teammate would go after him, that is where IQ should have struck. But the problem was Ghost got taken down pretty early. That Lambo pretty much visible. Had they had few extra smokes to play around with, things could have been otherwise, but it was just R3D showing pure grit and determination that helped them in securing that very valuable chicken. But the big question is it going to be enough? As we take a look at the damage graph, TmwEsports, the Faulty Devil, Star, R3D, H2E, as a matter of fact, did land some nice damage numbers, and Metershot Sky, those 4 finishes, 920 points of damage. Well, good for them, because it's progress made in the right direction, but still lot to work on in week number 2.
Well, certainly week number 2, maybe we'll see a different game style from these teams, because H2E definitely impressed me in the last few games, but team that are on the top definitely are going to be R3D Esports, Magnus Esports, TUF. Well, they have taken a jump of a single point. They are sitting on the 3rd position with 196 points, and Quantum Rage, well, they are sitting on the 4th position with 189 points.
Oh, now it's a moment, right? We do know who the top 10 teams are. That was pretty much, decided. But look at the gaps, right? Look at the difference. If you take a look from Regicide to Freestyle, not a lot, just 20 points, and there you have got 5 positions of ups and downs out there. But what's going to be even interesting is what's going to be the threshold this time, because only the top 12 teams, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be playing this bonus map of Livik that is going to earn them, or rather reap those rewards. And the moment has come, and drum rolls as we segue into page number 2 and find for ourselves, there you go, R3D at the 11th, Quraysh making the mark, but not Esports. Despite those heroics in those final games, despite them having that chicken dinner today, it seems like it wasn't enough. Same goes for H2E. Beautiful recovery from their sides, but barely missing out by 8 points. That is also going to hurt them. Team Faulty Devils, they started off with the chicken dinner their run. We thought that, yes, this is the team to watch out for. The Grounders, even as a matter of fact, haven't really shown up the way they would have. TmwEsports, well, this hasn't been an eventful one for them as well. TmwEsports, now this was one of those teams that was really consistent in the maps of Sanhok, but that was just about it. Did manage to get a chicken dinner, but not enough. 52Esports and Metershot Sky, I mean, they have got a lot of working to do.
Certainly, they were not making any kind of impact. 52Esports and Metershot Sky, in fact TMW as well, but North Esports missing it just by 3 points, despite having 2 chicken dinner for them. So that is going to hurt. But I'm very sure the way they have picked up the momentum in the final few games, that is going to be carried forward in week number 2 as well. But now is the time for the bonus map, that is going to be Livik.
Oh yeah, Livik. For the first time in a competitive arena in PUBG Mobile Pakistan, we're gonna enjoy every single moment of it. And as history is gonna be created, it is an absolute honor to be sharing the desk with you. But now, Livik, let's talk about it. Very small map. And action will happen left, right, and center. We've got few exclusive weapons. I really want to see if we can have some, farmers at the display. I wasn't really a huge fan of it, but I mean, it's an exclusive weapon. At the end of the day, I would not really be budged if teams do resort to that, but I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be sticking to their good old, M4s and the UMP.
They'll stick with UMP45 and M4, but it's a player's decision. They are the competitive ones. I'm not. But I also want to see if the teams are going for those vehicles also. Such a small size map, and I'm not a fan of a vehicle in the map of Livik at all, because it does give away your position as well, and anyone can shoot in your direction. In fact, multiple players will be shooting in your direction, and the vehicle is going to blow up, and you will be taken down in a matter of few seconds.
Oh yeah, and that's gonna happen. So you have to be very cautious, especially when you're traversing around, right? There could be enemies hidden everywhere, and it's got its own way of approach. You've got those small little cities, a few bunkers here and there, but let's take a look at the Livik point structure, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see how things are going to be spreading across, because we just have 12 teams in the mix. So of course, whoever wins is not going to get 15 points, rather get 10, and the second's going to get 6. So clearly, the intentions are quite clear in front of us. You just have to keep getting those eliminations. The more eliminations you have, the more points you're earning and the more of a buffer, an extra advantage you would get in the upcoming rounds to come.
Well, give the Pakistani teams a reason to be much more aggressive, and that is exactly the reason that we are seeing in the point structure, taking the 15 points away from the winning team and giving them 5 less points. Well, they need to focus on the elimination point, that they're definitely going to do so. They are not going to bother about at all about the position points.
Oh, 100%. Nothing. It's just like giving a bait to the hounds. They're all gonna pounce at the same time. But time for predictions. Now, this is going to be a tricky one. It's Livik. We haven't seen anyone playing. So shoot an arrow in the dark and let's see if it connects. What do you think? Who's going to win this one, Shadow?
Well, the way I8 and Magnus are playing, I think I'll go with Magnus this time.
All right, you're going with Magnus, then I'm going with I8 because the way I8 have been performing, I'm pretty sure for them this match would really count. There's extra bonus points. They are going to be very wary of their surroundings. We're going to see I8 at their very best in this matchup because we have been talking about it. You have to be at your toes, right? Every single time that you come into play, and it's going to be crucial to see who really comes out walking with a smile on their face. As ladies and gentlemen, of course, we do have to wait just a wee bit before the match gets started. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be intense. Who do you think? Who do you think is going to be the winner of this particular matchup, right? Let us know in the chat section. Shadow's gone for Magnus. She believes in them, and so do I. But again, I believe in I8 just a little bit more because every single player of that team is in a hot form right now. You just cannot say, he's the weakest link or anyone. It's all of them performing as a well-knit unit, and in unison they thrive. And we have seen them do wonders. But there is also that other possibility where, someone out of the blue, right? Someone out of the blue, whoever has the, blessings of the circle by the gods of PUBG Mobile, could just walk out with the chicken. Small map.
Possibility of some other team dominating the lobby is very high because, like also said, they don't have any information onto each other. They don't know how other team play, where they drop in. So multiple drop location clash is something I'm looking forward to.
Oh, me too, 100%. Because like you said, we don't know if we're going to witness any sort of drop clashes from these teams. Anything and everything could just be possible. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a bonus matchup, but it is going to be so much fun at the same time, because like I said, it's one of the smaller games that had been introduced, smaller maps rather, that had been introduced for all the busy people out there. And suddenly we've gone competitive with it. And that's the transition we are making. 15 minutes is, usually what the, how much time it takes. And hopefully things get way better. But overall, let's talk about this entire week while we do have the time. It all started off with the other teams performing. I think TUF Magnus started with a bang, but I8, after having that last game chicken dinner, I don't think they ever looked back.
Never looked back from the very day one. I'll say from the very first match they have been performing. In fact, Magnus Esports also are performing, but the teams that performed really well in the day number one were TFD, Faulty Devils, Team North Esports. They got a chicken dinner for themselves, and after day one, both these teams were out there missing until the very last day.
Oh yeah, I mean, same like you just said, right? Few of the teams started off really well, especially the likes of Team BABLU. We were thinking, they're gonna definitely end up at the top 3. I think this is the BABLU squad that we had been yearning for so long because of that rich past, that rich history they had. Ocean had even termed them as the kings of Miramar. So it's gonna be interesting as to how Team BABLU is gonna shape themselves, mold themselves, because they've been through changes. You've got Panin, no complaints from that player whatsoever. You've got Zipian. You've got Pika, of course, Teen Wolf. 3 of them have been the old guards. We did see Pika taking a little bit of a shift, but I think at this point, a few disappointments we did get to witness also. Majorly coming out from the likes of 52, MS Sky, and a few other names as well. And it sort of kind of pushes me into thinking, even H2E, as a matter of fact, they really pushed themselves hard towards those final 2 days, but seemed like it was not enough.
Well, when you leave things for the 11th hour, that is what is going to happen. You have the extra pressure of the final few games in your hands. The teams who are in the top, they are very cool and they are comfortably sitting on the leaderboard right on the top. They have nothing to lose. But you on the other side, if you are somewhere on the middle of the leaderboard, you have every match to count on, every single point, and that is what we saw from, I think it was Tarzan. Yes, in the map of Sanhok, the way he was grabbing all those points as much he can. He was desperate for those points, be it elimination points or the placement points, but still it didn't pay off really well. Had they performed this consistently from day one, I'm very sure things could have been much better for them.
I think certainly could have been, but the way things really went out, I think JD, as also a matter of fact, we saw him get those 9 finishes. They did miss out on that chicken dinner, but they made sure that they got the next one. So H2E was in a really good form, a really hot one, as a matter of fact. But talking about the other teams, 3X Esports, I think Miracle has been one of those players that has really impressed me today with his performance. The way this lad has been playing, I think it was a delight to watch him. For T20 QWERTY, I think today's day did not really go the way they anticipated, of course, for all the obvious reasons. The IGL, not really well, and still keeping his heart out, performing, or he knows that how important this tournament is for them, and he knows every single match counts. Ideally, in situations like this, you would want to get a few substitutes for yourself, but they have decided against it, and for understandable reasons, and they know that without the IGL you certainly cannot get the work done.
Certainly, that's the kind of a dedication also that is coming from the players, that they are not taking things for granted. Although they are in a safe spot in the overall leaderboard, still they know the gravity of the situation. They have to perform in every single game. That's the love they have for this game and for the profession as well, because it's their profession right now. Yep. So I think that's some kind of this is the kind of dedication we want from all the players out there.
We certainly do, and that's the professionalism that has kept him in the scene for a long time, and just not kept him as one of the stalwarts, one of the leaders of Pakistan Mobile Esports, right? The PUBG Mobile in this particular case. But I think he's been an inspiration to so many of these lads, understanding that despite all your issues with your health and everything, sometimes you've got to take a break, but sometimes you also know that if you're not there, then the team is going to face major hurdles, and respect to such players. So you can have some hearts for Khan as well. But yeah, moving on forward, I think I8, they were a force to be reckoned with. But this time, however, the package that impressed us the most was coming out from TUF and Magnus. Now Magnus, of course, got formed by the 2 players of Rage that came into the squad, and they really put their hearts out, right? And the way they had performed, and I think it's just an indication of bigger things to come from their side. And if they keep on playing like this, if they keep on hammering like this, I'm pretty sure this is one of those teams that is going out and playing in the PMPL Championship.
Well, certainly, they have the chances if they're able to keep up the consistency in the coming weeks as well. They are definitely going to give a very tough competition in the SA Championship, and so are the players of Magnus Esports, because it was day 1 when Magnus was not having a very good performance. Day 2, the way this did a comeback, well, nothing was stopping them.
Oh, there was nothing stopping them at all, and this is something that we really liked, right? Especially Magnus, be it TUF even. As a matter of fact, I think they have also showed such an immense improvement in their style of play, in the style of gameplay that they've been showcasing for us so far. And this goes on to say that, these are the teams that have put in the efforts, put in the hunger. They've improved drastically over the past couple of months, realized, what were their shortcomings. If we have to make any changes, how we're going to adapt. And, these were the top boys, right? These were the top boys. They did everything. We did discuss about Team BABLU as well. There's a slight delay, of course, you guys might be noting that, and that's for all the obvious reasons. Livik being played for the first time, you're gonna have those little technical hitches. So we're gonna be back very soon. We're gonna be back very soon with the map right now, but things have been so intense. And even if you go on talking about a few other teams, I think a team like Star, towards those final 2 days, that is where they finally managed to wake up from their slumber, decided that we need to hammer our way past through the top 12. We know we had a rough one, and now they're starting to recover and they're starting to look so good.
Certainly. In fact, if we look at the overall standings of day number 1, day 2, and day 3, I don't remember about day 3 clearly, but yes, starting 2 days, Star was one of the team that was on the bottom of the overall standings. Right now, they are on the 9th spot in the overall standings. Yes, a stark improvement in their gameplay has been showcased. So, Team Star is also one of the team that we need to look forward to.
Oh yeah, I mean the improvement has been really nice from their side, and again, you know, you talk about the other teams as well. There have been those moments, right? If you talk about the other big names out here, Metershot X Sky, they've certainly disappointed, but even we've seen some good performances coming in from the likes of Regicide as well. You know,
Yeah.
few games where they absolutely baffled us, the way they went in, got those chicken dinners. But now, indeed, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is the map of Livik, a very beautiful map. You've got those volcanoes, you've got snow, you've got those grasslands, and it's going to be exciting. Already we can see the players of Quraysh Esports heading towards the refinery area, and Regicide have themselves at the very epicenter. Now we can witness maybe a drop clash happening between Team TUF, and if I'm not wrong, there's another team, and that has to be Team Magnus. So, you know, two big teams engaging pretty early on. Oh, that's going to get intense.
Well, a drop location clash is happening somewhere on the northern western side as well, but I think the teams have already noticed that. But a first knock comes in a matter of few seconds from the side of TUF out there, and Magnus Esports, let they can find the confirmation as well.
Oh yeah. And we never thought that the Titans would collide so early into the game, right? It has just begun, and they're going after each other. And now with things in front of us, we've got Aram Zen and TUF Virus making sure he gets his teammate back to full HP, gets the revive, but I don't think Magnus, they're going to give them that room and space with P90. This is again another one of those exclusive weapons we do find in Livik. And now TUF have already lost out on 2 of their men. Now this is really looking shaky for them as finisher. He's just talking around. Oh, a message delivered. Punch in the face over there. Edgar, he's also going to get powdered. And there you can see a little bit of a smirk coming out of finisher's face, because he knows he's got this fight in the bag.
Well, it's Goliath versus Goliath, I'll say. Magnus and TUF, and Magnus already getting 3 defeat points. TUF, this is not the start they were anticipating for themselves in a map of Livik. The last man standing, can he stop the loss of Magnus Esports and pull out a 1v3 or 1v4 situation? And the answer is no, as Arham with that DP28 is going to put an end to him, and TUF becomes the 4th team to be eliminated from the map of Livik.
And this is what we were talking about, right? This map being so fast, so quick, right into minute 2. We are witnessing some intense matchups, and there you can see Gravity pulling one with another one of those exclusive weapons in this map with the XM1014, getting that one finish out, and we're going to see more of that. T20 QWERTY, they want to make sure that they count on, they make sure these matches, these extra points that they're going to get really matter to them, as Team Freestyle might just be colliding against Team Star any moment about now.
Well, certainly they can collide, and Team Star, well, we were talking about them. They are showing a drastic improvement on their gameplay, but on the other side, FS was one of the team that faced a downfall, but some other fight is breaking somewhere else, as R3D is going up against the plus of Team 3X.
Oh, it's just battles after battles just ensuing right in front of us. Now Walker understands. Now the push is going to come in through. He's going to check the angle. He knew exactly where he was. Tyron gets that final finish. And R3D, they're also sent back to the lobby. And now this means they have not earned even a single point. Same goes for TUF as well. Magnus, in the meanwhile, just enjoying on the spoils of the war. The entire Midstein city is there for taking. And we do have a level 3 helmet. I'm pretty shocked that he did not go for it. But was he changing the course of direction at the wrong time? And will pay the hefty price as he falls down.
he certainly falls down, and Freestyle versus Team Star, and Zarbaf is holding on to some other angle onto adjacent building. Can he turn things around for his team? That's the main question.
Oh yeah, as now Miracle just patching himself up, making sure he is all A-okay before they decide to go in for the push. In the meanwhile, the players of Freestyle trying to... Oh, that's a really interesting blockade out there. They've not just covered them from two sides, but three, but one good grenade or a Molotov to change the course of this entire fight. And that is being dealt by the players of Freestyle. In fact, Zarba from the backlines get picked off. And this is the perfect opportunity as Sultana is pretty low on his HP. Malik has come out in the open. Mom2 still trying to defend around with that shotgun. This is the perfect time that Freestyle need to push in, apply that extra bit of pressure. And indeed, they have done a Star. They are in shambles right now, losing out on all three of the players. Now, the last player surviving has to be Usama and Freestyle. They're angered. Just going in with that shotgun, gets that final finish connected. And Mom2 making sure he made that moment count. And suddenly, Freestyle have turned the tables around.
Well, they certainly have, and they've managed to eliminate Team Star at 10th position. 4 defeat points already to their favor. So they also have to move inside the circle, but they are having a clear pathway from the side of Hot Spring. But the teams, well, they are going aggressive fixes this time, and in a matter of 5 minutes, so many teams, specifically I think 3 teams have been eliminated from the lobby, and right now Magnus Esports, they have their eyes onto the players of 3x Esports as well.
Oh yeah, and now it's gonna be exciting to see what is gonna happen. 2x2 map, it's a very small one. Those quick fights were inevitable, and now the Titans, we did see a few Titans collide. Now it is Dani getting the better out of Curtis Khan, and he might meet his maker any moment now. But another grenade coming in from Gangsta gets the better out of him. And now it's in one-on-one trade. Now we've got to see how the follow-ups are. Now T20 QWERTY also have to prioritize on reviving their GL back up. And that is exactly something that Team BABLU have also been trying to do. They have lost out on one of their players. And this is where Gravity just pushing in with the shotgun. And we have seen how lethal this can get as Pika. He's also gotten taken down, and now this gives a little bit of an advantage to the players of Team QWERTY to capitalize and rush in on Teen Wolf and wipe him out of his miseries.
But in the close proximity, we have the players of Team I8 as well, who can chime in this fight any moment. But Teen Wolf is hiding, and the grenade is going to out, and with that shotgun, Gravity is going to penetrate. And no, it was Waltrux with that headshot from Info16, and he's going to find the final finish point, defeat point for his team.
Yeah, and suddenly now, you know, Magnus, they've decided to head out of their city. Little did they know that it's going to be the players of 3x coming in. Blade, finding a really cheeky spot, gives you a really good vantage. But he can't shoot from there, at least while he's seated. You can see, you know, that little icon in front of him, that restricting him. So it's all about the information that I8 need at this very moment. And it seems like, you know, I8, they have done their homework. They know the nooks and crannies of this particular map. We just have to see if they can spot out the players of QWERTY, because they know they were in action. They went out against Team BABLU. BABLU has been eliminated. They have accumulated 0 points out of this game. And now with the way the circle has been shifting, it looks like it's going to end around the power plant being the epicenter. We aren't yet to see any big curveballs. We did have this one around going towards that western side, but Regicide really have a great control over that area.
Well, certainly, but from the southern side, other team that can also have the control are the players of Team Quraysh Esports, but looks like they are heading for the western rotation, and that's kind of a safe rotation as well. They are going to be rewarded by a clear pathway, free pathway inside the circle, but the information that Blade is gathering right now onto the players of Team Quantum Rage, that is definitely going to help the players of Team I8.
Oh yeah. Still so patient. They haven't let loose, but no, Senior in turn gets that knock on towards Uzum. But then he was watching out for the players of 3x, and now the hunters are getting hunted. At this very moment, Magnus, nothing's gonna deter them from going with that push. They do not want to back out. And now Mary, right in front of them as Arham, he's gonna be leading the charge. He's gonna try and push in, but a beautiful Molotov just trying to hinder his movements over there as the finisher finds a different angle on towards Mary. Mary with that shotgun just goes in, tries to just pumping all that lead. Is it gonna connect? No, it's not. Not lucky this time. Is faster. Does get that beautiful elimination, and Magnus have one more finish in their pockets.
Well, they certainly have, and make it 6 total points, 8 teams, 29 players, make it 28, as 3x Tyrant has also been eliminated by the players of Team Magnus Esports. Well, Magnus, they are grabbing some points for themselves, but talking about the players of Team Qwerty over there, Gravity has spotted down Goku, and with the grenades, he's trying to find a connection, but failing to do so.
Oh yeah, but look at Gravity. He's looking so unfazed at this point. Just would want to go out with that Molotov, trying to flush out Goku from his covers and instantly, simultaneously, in fact, spraying at the same time. But it was a little too far. Not enough to flush him out. As Goku now retaliates back. Gravity did take some massive chunks of damage, but they really need to watch out for Senior because he's got a very good angle.
Will certainly have a good angle, but the way the players of Quantum Rage are spread out, if any of the player gets taken down, the revival are going to be a bit tricky for them. But let's see what's going to happen, because Team Qwerty, the split they're having, the way they are spread out is still working in their favor, but Senior is trying to lob few good grenades in the direction of Khan, but Khan is still surviving by a few inches.
Oh, he certainly is. And at this point, it's going to be really interesting to see if Quantum Rage can actually make it inside the circle. Now that's a big issue that they need to address. Now the problem here is, you've got some flaws for both these teams. Quantum Rage, they're well split apart, which means they have the players of Qwerty in a good position. They can take them down if they want to. But the big problem, like I said, is even one of the players getting knocked out will mean that Team Qwerty has an opening to just get in through, and Quantum Rage will not be able to do anything at all in that particular situation. Right now, as Quantum Rage and T20 Qwerty were fighting it out, I did see the players of IA also trying to close in.
They're trying to close in, but the two players, they are placed inside the circle. They can be the anchor to bring rest of the two players inside the circle, as well as right now they are having eyes onto the players of Quantum Rage, and Voltrux finds a perfect knock onto Vasi of Team FS. Let's see if he can find a confirmation as well. I think he can find a confirmation, because right now Vasi's teammates are a little spread out. Zabaf is focused onto the players of Qwerty, specifically Khan, to stop him in his tracks with that grenade.
Spark. In the meanwhile, we've got to see if you can find that angle, but now there you go, Voltrux. He's let loose on Zabaf, and that's not a good news for Freestyle. Losing out on player in a very small map, it's going to be a confirmation coming in. Gangsta makes sure he's got the finish to his name, but for now, Freestyle, they're making their way inside the circle, but being shot from the backline, showing their back to the enemies, with no option but to run, as Khan has managed to knock out Vasi in the process. Gravity is down as well. Clearly out of options. It's the third circle trying to close in, and they need to make it count. Just crouching and toggling that did not really work out, as Mom2 gets the better out of Gangsta, and the trades are also coming in. It's an absolute bloodbath. It's so difficult to catch up with it.
Well, it's a bloodbath, and third parties are also happening, but somewhere else I8 players are also picking up fight for the players of Quantum Rage, who are trying to move inside the circle, taking the brunt of the blue, and Blade with that roof. He's having so much intel and information onto Qwerty, Team FS and Team Quantum Rage. So many teams are out there. This is the moment when I8 can chime in, grab as many defeat points as much possible, as FS is surviving with only 2 players, and Vasi, he's on 20 HP. Well, he had a first aid, he has healed up. That means these both players are still inside the game.
Oh, he certainly are. And now, Voltrux. He's gonna bleed to his death. Gravity and Khan, 2 of the players alive. But look at Vasi, or maybe Malik. They've seen them coming from miles afar. Gravity already taking that brunt of that damage. Khan trying to provide cover fire, but to no avail. Now has also in turn given out his position, and it's gonna be Blade from afar who takes him down. Now imparting that information to Freestyle, it's gonna be a very crucial piece of, because now I8, they're also under fire. But from a Quantum Rage that is outside the circle, Shadow.
It's outside the circle, but the team that is sitting quite comfortably in power plant are the players of Reggie's side, but Quantum Rage, well, they have finally managed to move inside the safety of the circle. Goku is specifically having a good compound for himself as well, but team that is on the western side are the players of Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so exciting to see what goes on in this particular game. Right now, IA do have that high ground advantage for themselves. Magnus having lost out on two of their players faster, taking some massive amount of damage. IQ in the meanwhile spotting out Spark, but needs to stay in cover. If he does not, might get taken down any single moment. Right now, still has that high ground advantage. I8, but now the big issue over here, ladies and gentlemen, is they need to get inside the circle. That is going to be of absolute essence. Uzum, he is hiding right now. I8 in a whole world of trouble, but we know they can surpass that. And that is what they're doing right now. Magnus, they started off really well, but in the next moment, they're all falling down.
Well, they are raining death and destruction onto so many teams right now. Team Magnus Esports is the one that is on that crosshairs, and Finisher is the last man standing, and Blade is still hunting for him. Well, he got the confirmation onto Faster, but Finisher, and I'm sorry, now he has got the confirmation onto Faster, but Finisher, how he is going to hide and move inside the circle without walking in the process of the players of Team IA, that's a big question. But IA, they are looking very confident right now, with all the 4 plus 5 teams, 14 plus still remaining, and IQ finds a knock onto Senior as well.
Oh, indeed he does. Now look at I8. They're so well organized at this point, right? They know exactly where Goku is, just pincering him down, just blowing and exploding his vehicle at a very low HP. There's no way that this lad is gonna survive. But for Uzum, he's gonna take his time, lob his grenade, just play around with its spray, and there you go. Tossed it up, but no, Goku responds. Somehow, this could be a huge blow, but still mitigated because they've got 50 seconds to get inside the circle. But as you take a look at the zone, it is still going to be the players of Regicide who have been lately a little bit silent over there, but now are getting shot down by the players of Quraysh, who apparently during the entire league stage were silent. They stepped up, but now are on the verge of getting that chicken.
Well, they certainly can, as long as they are able to eliminate the last player of Team Regicide as well. I think it can go for the 10 placement points as well. But Blade, right now, I8, they are hunting for that compound. They're contesting for that compound, which is in the hands of Quraysh Esports out there. And I8, well, they are looking very confident. This is the moment when they have to chime in, because some of the players are very low on HP.
Oh, they certainly are. But look at this, I8. They know it's now or never. They need to go in for the ambush. Here comes the breach from their side. The big question is, are the players of QE ready and prepared to deal with this? You know, we know they are the phantom assassins in this lobby. And now Quraysh Esports, they have dug in deep. Now very close to the chicken dinner. It's just 2 teams that remain. A perfect 4v4 that we could have wanted, ladies and gentlemen, as we are writing history. The first competitive map of PMPL, and did it get spotted out? Ghost just going after him with that XM104. Is he gonna take that leap? Yes, he is gonna do that. Takes that one good knock. Dot gets traded out as we missed all that action. No idea what production is up to.
Well, right now, the I8 players are up for some destruction onto the players of Quraysh Esports as they are falling down, Sardarji specifically, but things are turning around as Ghost and IQ have been taken down, and Jaguar also hits the ground, but Hasni chimes in of Quraysh Esports, takes down one of the player of Team I8, but Blade also retaliates. That means Blade is the last one standing, and Quraysh Esports also, how many players are standing from their side as well?
Oh. Now, this is all turned around, right? Quraysh Esports, they have managed to convert this into a very interesting situation. Blade, the best player so far from Team I8. He's got to make his choices. Now, instantly marching into the enemy lines. Husky knows exactly that he's coming for him. Does have the shotgun in his hands. Just rotating around, bobbing and weaving all those bullets. It is getting intense, securing all those finishes for himself. But now, has to calm himself down. Hasni, still in the hiding, comes out in the open, takes those shots, goes prodding in, does not matter as I8, they still take the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, for that beautiful bonus Livik map. and they have been conquering the lobby. They've been maintaining that 100+ leads, and when it matters, when you need that extra kick, that extra oomph, they yet again deliver.
Well, they delivered it in style, 10 elimination points, and with that, your sixth prediction is also coming true. And Esports, well, they deserved it. The way they have been performing from day number 1, they deserve that bonus points as well. And they are definitely getting it in the map of Livik with that chicken dinner, 10 elimination points, 10 placement points, total 20 points in their favor. That is going to help them a lot, I'll say, in week number 2.
Oh, it certainly will. And what an eventful matchup, right? I think it's turning out to be one of my favorites so far because Livik was intense. That's how I would like to describe this matchup was, because every single second, we talk about minutes when we're talking about the other bigger maps. Now, being a 2x2, being a map which kind of ends in 15 minutes, it's something I'm pretty sure the audience was enjoying themselves throughout. It was action left, right, and center every single time. And wow, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at who the MVP is going to be in this particular game. But we will do that. We will do that after this short little break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again as we witness some intense matchup in Livik. But before we get on with the post-game analysis, a huge shout out to Oppo F21 Pro for being gracious enough to sponsor this event. And guess what? They're also the sponsors of PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. So make sure you check those phones out because they are sexy, sassy, and classy. Just at the same time, you got the MVP and Shadow. No shadow of doubt. It's Blade, the MVP. Go on.
Certainly. Day number 1 also, he was MVP 2 times, I think, right?
Yeah, it's a daily thing for him, you know.
Yeah.
Players try their best to make it to the top players. It's a race for MVP, and it's a competition that's been ensuing within their own, right? It's those two players, Ghost and Blade. Sometimes we do see Uzum also coming in, sometimes IQ. But as we take a look at the match summary, the highest eliminations, highest damage, highest assists, it was Blade all written over the map of Livik. But it was an intense one because it started off with the Clash of Titans. It was Magnus going up against TmwEsports, wiping the floor out, then dealing with 3x. Little did their happiness last. But as things go on right now, we are finally done with all the matches. 26 played throughout the entire week. And I must say, every single one of them have lived up to its hype.
Well, certainly, specifically Livik. In fact, every single game, it was full of action. The teams were not at all shying away from the fights at all. Yes, in the last day, when matches mattered a lot, they were trying to go for the passive approach. Other than that, they were never a moment when there was not an action happening on our screen. But the team that is in top is going to be Esports in the match of Livik with 20 points, followed by Magnus Esports with a total of 14 points.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, for all the viewers out there, again, we've got to say this particular map earns you those bonus points, right? And it's going to help you. It's going to give you that buffer in those upcoming stages to come. But Team BABLU, Star, R3D, TUF, I mean, BABLU, even that, we did also see them getting wiped out, them getting picked off. It was, again, the two big titans colliding. And yeah, Team QWERTY were just so handy, and they realized, I mean, Team QWERTY did fare off pretty well, right? They realized that, you know, getting those eliminations is the way to go, and that is exactly what they did. And Gravity had been very impressive until Blade showed up.
Well, certainly, Blade from that rooftop angle, he was patiently waiting for all the teams to gather as much information. The moment I got the information onto the players of Team QWERTY and as well as I think Quantum Rage as well. They started raining death and destruction onto both the teams.
100%. I mean, what he was trying to do over there, I was just. I mean, it all comes down to doing your homework, right? And I think we do have a rivalry, ladies and gentlemen, for the next week. It's gonna be Magnus and TUF. Of course, you know, now they've made it outright in the open. Those punches, those fists, I think they're gonna remember that. And as cute as this little kitten looks, gotta go along and check out the other phase that happened. And I look at this, you know, they were holding on to the peripheries of the map. Every single time they got an opportunity, they made sure they took good control over the entire place. And it was all chaotic towards the very end, and did come down to a 1v1 between Hasni and Blade. And of course shows how overpowered this shotgun is, and every single team was using it, right? We have seen this upliftment of shotguns in the current meta that's going on ever since the buff happened. Teams are now resorting for that. You know, we're seeing those added usage of those S12Ks. Even in the map of Sanhok, we've seen this increase in numbers of DBS holders. So we've seen those entry fraggers really going in, and they are actually getting a result out of it. At a moment when we thought, you know, in the mobile devices that we play, and it's kind of difficult, it's better to always rely on your standard SMGs or your ARs. Now things are changing, because you know the kind of damage that you can dish out in those close range scenarios, that's impeccable.
Well, you just need one bullet to take down the enemy, and that is enough. So definitely the teams are relying on the shotguns, specifically in a short map. If the players can go for DBS in Miramar, well, Livik is guaranteed for shotguns, especially for these teams.
Truth. Can't deny that. We've seen that happen. So many shotguns and everything going on, but oh, what a day it was.
Full of action, aggressive gameplay, specifically Livik.
And there you go. The overall ranking coming in, ladies and gentlemen, just adding up. I8 Esports, 5 chicken dinners out of the 21 matches that they played in, 346 points. Almost 100 points ahead of Magnus Esports. Almost, you know, we're just getting there, around 80 plus. But yeah, I think it was a really intense week up. And as we did see, Magnus Esports, TUF, Quantum Rage, BABLU, QWERTY, everyone put their heart out. Regicide had their fair share of laughter and you know, the cries out there. But 3x Esports also, towards those final days, they really picked the pace up. And you know, I'm so exhilarated for week 2, because it's going to be intense. It's going to be all pumped up. You know, everyone putting their best foot forward. But more than that, we also have to tell you one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we're going to head into page number 2. That is the fact that the points are going to be reset from week number 2. Now, this is a new format that has been introduced, and I am loving every bit of it, right? Every single time, you have to make sure you're on the top. You're getting those bonus points. You're getting those buffers that are going to be helping you out in the start of the grand finals. Now imagine, now I8, they've already collected those extra 20 points. Now imagine if they do the same thing over the next 3 weeks, and overall if they're even on the top, they get that extra 20 as well, starting off in the grand finals with a buffer of 80 points. Now that's massive, especially when you're contending for $100,000 prize pool. That being said, taking a look at the teams that were not that appalling this time, of course, they will have to do better. They will have to, you know, get over the ghosts of their past and move on to better things in life. Have a better week number 2.
Certainly they are going to have a better performance with that extra pressure that has been taken away from their shoulders, back to zero. All the points have been reset. This is the opportunity or the moment they needed, because right now the extra added pressure of all the points which other teams have accumulated for themselves kind of hampers your performance also. That is what we were witnessing, because 52 Esports, they had their fair share of good fights, Triple Esports as well, Metershot X Sky as well in the final few games or the final day. But week number 2, I think these bottom teams are the teams that are definitely going to step up.
I really hope so, because few of them did indeed, right? Especially, I feel bad for H2E and North Esports. The final 2 days had been really interesting. I mean, North Esports still had a good start, right? Got the first chicken dinner in Miramar at the very first day. And I really thought, yes, maybe North Esports, the legacy that they carry is finally back. But no, that was not the case. Even the Faulty Devils as well, the first chicken dinner in this tournament, and they kind of fizzled out. Maybe felt like they gassed out over there. But as we take a look at the elimination leaders, it's a whole different competition. All 4 of the players out of the 5 of Team I8 and Illuminate is what they love calling themselves. Blade still leading the charts with 58. The IGL, Uzum, is also stepping up. 43 for him, Ghost with 43. Finisher, however, from Magnus has made his mark with eliminations of 42, and IQ also with 42. So it's going to go a little bit intense. But let's take a look at the other 5. And that's going to be with Gravity, Knock Knock, Voltrox, Miracle, Destroyer. So it's a little bit of a mix this time, a little more flavors into the mix. But yeah, still far away from how ahead Blade is at the given moment.
Certainly, in terms of elimination as well and damage as well, close to 11,000, more than 11,000 damage that guy has been dishing out single-handedly. That is some impressive performance coming in from his side.
Indeed it is. And for now, it's going to be really interesting to see how the entire day has been. Let's take a look at the day summary, and we're going to start things off. Of course, that first beautiful chicken dinner, but no, not just that. It's the week summary, and you know, it's been a really good weekend, and it's an overall weekend. As you can see, as I8, they've got their names written all over it. Quantum Rage, however, did have that 4th day to their names, but I8 clearly the dominators, and I really hope to just not make it to the SA Championship, but also the GC.
Well, certainly that, I think that is exactly their goal, because the way they have been dominating from very first game, they are looking forward to it.
Oh, they certainly are. And yeah, I mean, if this keeps on going, right, they're gonna single-handedly dominate the entire region of Pakistan. And well, somewhere down the line, I really want someone to compete, you know, head-to-head against them. It feels like, you know, that there are those moments. They make you feel like, yes, we are vulnerable, we can be taken down. But that's when you go wrong, you know, because every single time, if you remember day number 1, Shadow, they kind of started off a little slow. But then, once they got that chicken dinner, they started stream rolling throughout the entire league. And this is again a team card. I don't know why is it even necessary, because all these players, look at them, just so good. And these are just their today's stats. So amazing. Well, this team, I8. But I think Shadow's facing a little bit of an issue. She's going to be back with us, handy and dandy, of course. She's has had a, you know, long day at work, and it's Sunday. We all know it's Super Sunday. We do have a matchup also going on, and it's cricket and PUBG Mobile, 2 of the sports and the sports that we absolutely love and adore. And now with the way things are, you know, we've got those shaky hands, the shaky nerves as to what's gonna be happening in the next week to come.
Well, next week, I definitely want to see some of the team dropping in the drop in the drop location of the team I8 Esports, or maybe Magnus or TUF. Give competition to the top teams and make them know that fear makes the world bigger than it is. We are not scared of you. We are not afraid of you. Yeah. We are going to take you down. And hopefully in week number 2, we'll see some other team performing as phenomenally well as IA did in this week.
I really hope so. I really hope so. I am kind of expecting a little bit of resilience being shown by the players of maybe Magnus, TUF. Someone's going to give them a run for their money. Because if they don't, then they're just going to walk over, stomping over everybody, and take home that $10,000 and book a berth for that SA Championship. But, you know, everything said and done, it was an amazing week. It was a week where we did see I8, of course, dominating, but the other team stepped up as well. Everyone had their fair share of laughter and sorrows. And that is how it is, right? You get lucky in some games, you work your way through, get those chicken dinner, create those beautiful moments. I think from today, I really have to take out Miracle. I think he was one of those players that really performed well. But all being said and done, this was it, ladies and gentlemen, from our side for this week. we're going to be taking a call out and we're going to be meeting you day after, because tomorrow it's going to be a holiday. So till then, take care and have a good night.